Circular Forum. We are delighted to have everyone joining us today, and we do hope that you will all enjoy the inspiring speakers that we have brought together today to share their thoughts and insights on the changing dynamics towards green transition. Due to the coronavirus, the 2021 edition of the Athens Circular Forum will be multi-platform. Hypatia Mansion remains, of course, the symbolic center of the forum and the heart of the circular agenda, while live streaming will be accessible to all through the YouTube channel of the Athena Research and Innovation Center. What deserves special mention is that this second edition of the Athens Circular Forum is featured as the Greek partner event in the context of the European Green Week, the biggest pan-European event dedicated to environmental policy. Committed to the zero pollution ambition, this year's agenda is aimed to engage with all stakeholders on how we can work together to make a toxic-free environment a reality. In line with this collaborative approach, the Athens Circular Forum, which was originally organized by sports platform Symbiosis, runs these years under the auspices of the Ministry of Environment and Energy and the European Commission, and is a dynamic coalition of 12 leading stakeholders for the green transition for Greece. We are very glad to see this seed taking roots, flourishing and growing rapidly. Circular economy is mostly about joining forces and promoting synergies anyway. The focus of the 2021 edition of the forum will be on showcasing best practices, success stories, and persistent efforts happening right now all around Greece and the region to achieve carbon neutrality until 2050. We do hope that these valuable examples will serve as a source of inspiration and motivation for all those who have yet to start their transition towards the green economy. I would also like to note that our forum comes right before the much anticipated publication by the European Commission of the Action Plan towards a zero pollution ambition for air, water and soil, and will thus be an opportunity to showcase to the wider audiences that the efforts undertaken on the ground to achieve these European objectives. We are also proud and excited to contribute with the results of the forum to a white paper on the zero pollution ambition, which will underline the needs and potential of a country in this fundamental transformation of our time. With regards to our agenda, both days will cover high-level discussions with more than 40 distinguished institutional representatives shaping the vision for circular economy, climate resilience and green jobs, and the best examples on how this circular transition will look like for everyday life. Before we get the conversation going, however, I'd like to extend a special thank you to all the co-organizers of the forum, in particular, the Bank of Greece, Sports Platform, Symbiosis, EIT Climate Kick Hub Greece, Athena Research and Innovation Center, the Green Fund, Life NCP, the University of the Aegean, the Regional Growth Conference, United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and the Hellenic Association of Space Industry. We are also grateful for the support of our sponsors, SQLearn, which also provides the platform for all the technical support, and Kappa Research, which will present key evidence of the role of SMEs, consumers, and citizens in the circular transition. We are also very glad that all this exciting debate is backed by supporters with a leading sustainable profile, such as Hellenic Alumni Association of the London School of Economics and Political Science, the Greek Tourism Confederation, Hellenic Association of Entrepreneurs, Acumen, Astarte Capital Partners, European Public Law Organization, New Agriculture New Generation, Enexan, Hemexpo, Mandis Business Innovation, Matrix Pack, Seawind Ocean Technology, the Earth Fund, Oanis, Global ESCO, and PPT Learn. And of course, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Hypatia Mansion, which enables us to present this conference each year. To kick off the forum, I'd like to invite here to the podium Mr. Andrei Jaka, partner of Sports Platform and president of the Athens Circular Forum. Mr. Jaka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Luciana. So, good afternoon, and thank you to everyone for joining us in the second Athens Circular Forum. It is my absolute pleasure to be here and to welcome you all. And I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank all those who have made this event possible, despite the difficult circumstances. What I want to talk to you about today is about the actual possibility of achieving a zero pollution world, since this is also the topic of the EU Green Week. Most people, when they think about climate change, they think about global warming, but they are not one and the same thing. So before we begin the series of highly relevant and topic discussions over the course of the next 2 days, I would like to invite you on a historic journey over the next 30 years. The year is 2025. It is now the hottest year in almost 150 years of record keeping. The average global temperature for this year surpasses 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is the goal of the Paris Agreement, serving as a stark reminder that there is much left to be done. Temperatures in Athens reach 48 degrees in June. The Acropolis is closed for tourists. Extreme droughts force all of Rome's numerous fountains to be closed. There are more deaths from heat waves in Europe this year than all the other natural disasters combined. Dozens die in raging forest fires from Portugal to Greece. In the developing world, there are no guarantees that the planted crops will be harvested, and the World Health Organization is stretched thin. Governments make pledges and announcements, but fail to agree on how to pay for all of it and how the burden should be distributed. Some of them fail to take difficult decisions, like the closing of coal power plants, while others take too drastic policy reversals that are uncoordinated with their neighbors, causing market disruptions. The year is 2028. The ESG bubble bursts after exponential growth, causing a financial meltdown. Too many VC funds greenwash their investment strategies without the necessary expertise and deep understanding of these issues to back their pledges. Those who criticize the EU taxonomy for sustainable investments were right. Market players had difficulty and unwillingness to adhere to it, using loopholes, differentiated interpretations across member states, and safe haven jurisdictions to avoid it as much as possible. Companies lose faith in the private sector for their financing needs. The public sector is not able to step in. Due to the financial crisis and the economic downturn, they have no fiscal space following the historic borrowing during the COVID-19 pandemic. Banks, already risk adverse since the last major crash of 2008, are even less willing and less capable to invest in risky business strategies to sustainability. The greening of the economy in 2028 is falling behind. The year is 2030. 2 million square kilometers have burnt around the world. That's a 400% increase to the fires a decade earlier in 2020. 6 billion animals died, devastating ecosystems. Tropical storms form in the Atlantic, causing around 15 billion in damages each time they hit. The EU is now in constant crisis management mode, directing increasing funds to mitigate these effects. The pledges of governments and business sectors alike fall short. Late action and lack of coordination among countries make the EU Green Deal to underdeliver. The necessary innovation in startups and traditional companies alike, due to the financial crisis, but also due to wrong regulatory incentives, have led to the farm-to-fork strategy to impose too much on the agricultural sector without the necessary support. Food prices go up across the board. For the same underlying reasons, the European Court of Auditors is telling the European Parliament that the implementation of the Biodiversity Strategy 2030 has been a failure. This also led to a lack of supply of alternative fuels because to switch takes time, investment, technology, and a strong policy push, which a fragmented EU was not able to deliver. In the aviation industry alone, only 0.01% of the fuel used are from sustainable sources, as opposed to the 5.5% target. CO2 emissions are only increasing. The very limited supply of alternative fuel creates high competition among different transport sectors due to high targets imposed on them. In the past decade, companies have promoted environmental concerns mostly as an advertising gimmick, and consumers have caught on. This lack of adequate political and technological leadership from the EU, and due to the disappointment that the EU Green Deal has become, the world is slow to follow. Reaching net zero carbon neutrality is now all but an impossibility, and the planet passes the point of no return. The year is 2040. Mega droughts are everywhere. Food shortages plague the entire planet. Prolonged droughts and famine lead to conflict that displaces 16 million people in East Africa alone. The great climate migratory flows begin. Massive deforestations caused by the bark beetle in Europe, who expand its territory due to the warm climate, have all but nullified the reforestation and carbon offset efforts. As heat waves are now the new normal, and with increasingly rapid urbanization due to displaced populations, the demand for refrigeration increases exponentially, which increases energy needs. Renewable energy sources have indeed increased due to lower cost and greater efficiency, but political instability caused by these situations have translated into trade tensions. Renewable energy grids and electrified transport systems rely heavily on lithium, which is 90% controlled by China, who uses it as a leverage for other resources. In order to avoid frequent blackouts, Western countries reintroduce reliance on fossil fuels, since it is easier to obtain and more reliable, in the name of diversification. The dream of the green transition is all but dead. The year is 2050. Every weather channel now has air quality prominently displayed to see if you need special breathing masks to go outside. The ice of the Arctic Sea now exists only in pictures and videos. Coastal cities have suffered enormous infrastructure destruction. With less ice to reflect the light from the sun, permafrost in Siberia is all but melted, releasing ancient viruses that humans have no immunity for. Global pandemics are now expected once in a decade instead of once in a century. Storms and heat waves overlap. Increased humidity in the air is now causing frequent and extreme hurricanes and flooding. Every month, millions of people are on the move. There is no day that goes by when you do not turn on the TV and see in the news that someone, somewhere, had to leave their houses to go to higher ground to escape the rising sea levels. Diseases like cholera, malaria, dengue fever, and malnutrition are everywhere in the world. Tap water is either locked or purchased. All of this leads to civil unrest, wars, and bloodshed. All countries militarize their borders to protect what they have, choking international trade and causing unspeakable human rights violations. Every day there is news about genocide, slave trading, refugees, and suicides. And the one thing that everybody talks about constantly is if this is the last chapter of the human race. This is the shape of things to come if everything stays the same. But it doesn't need to be so. Let me take you back to 2025. It is now the hottest year in almost 150 years of record keeping. The average global temperatures for this year surpassed the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement, serving as a stark reminder that there is much left to be done. But European and global leaders are pushed by stakeholder action, by the growing relevance of the environment for political sensitivities, especially among the young voters, and by the economic growth that came with the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, to do even more. The recipe established 5 years earlier, blending the green and digital transition, has fully started to bear fruit. So much so that in the EU, the US, Japan, and China, this is now the firm basis of their industrial strategies. The year is 2030. The EU Green Deal has mobilized 1 trillion euros in the past decade. 500 billion euros from the EU budget introducing green horizontal objectives like climate resilience and circular economy in the cohesion funds, the agricultural funds, the European Regional Development Fund, Horizon Europe for Research, and the LIFE funds. This means that all those who applied for funding between 2021 and 2027 had to demonstrate that they would be using this money to contribute in some manner to these green transition objectives. Connected to this are the co-investments from national governments, which reached 114 billion euros over the same time frame. Then there were the 25 billion euros coming from the EU emission trading system, which now included sectors like shipping for the first time. And this money went into the innovation and modernization funds, money used specifically by low-income member states. Then there was the Just Transition Mechanism, which mobilized at least 100 billion euros in investments to support workers and regions most impacted by the transition. And the EU budget was also used as a guarantee for the EIB group to leverage around 280 billion euros for higher risk projects. On top of all this, the EIB doubled its climate targets from 25% to 50%, which totaled another 1 trillion euros of investments. And the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which was financed for the first time ever by European public debt, a monumental moment in the European project, laid down the blueprint for a permanent European public sector layer, which brought with it a necessary solidarity and concessions in financial policy, as well as greater coordination among member states than ever before. Due to this unprecedented shift in public investment policy, EU lawmakers were encouraged to amend any shortcomings of the EU taxonomy in its efficiency and implementation consistency, which made it the gold standard across the world. This meant that VC funds, with their reporting and transparency obligations, had to adapt to this new environment accordingly and extend a hand in collaboration so as to gain the necessary expertise to enact their new green goals. Together with public sector advising services, this blended expertise from VC sector of sound management, growth, and sustainability spread across the economic system to startups and SMEs alike, bringing about the technological and societal know-how to meet the 1.5-degree target. The year is 2050. The ITER fusion reactor evolved into the demo power plant as the first fusion commercial power plant to harness unlimited, sustainable, clean energy starting from the mid-2030s. The work conducted in this mega project spawned numerous private initiatives that made fusion energy final reality almost 100 years after its first theoretical concepts. Fusion is the missing component to allow all the other renewable sources to function without an over-reliance on batteries, guaranteeing affordable, clean, limitless energy for the entire planet, putting an end once and for all to the reliance on fossil fuels. Large offshore wind farms produce the hydrogen needed for fusion power plants and hydrogen fuel cells and liquid hydrogen to be used in modifying combustion engines. The transport sector is now a mix of electric and hydrogen vehicles, from electric bikes and cars to liquid hydrogen cars and hydrogen cells for long-haul trucks, trains, and ships. The EU was right to bet on hydrogen in the early 2020s for true sustainable energy diversification. The wide development and use of AI and machine learning enabled the shipping and the aviation sector to transition to net zero by firstly optimizing operations to reduce emissions, until the technology investments were made for clean fuels. Planes in the sky are unrecognizable after Airbus delivered its blended wing body design in the mid-2030s, also a hydrogen-powered aircraft. The economy is by now completely circular. Enormous advances were made both in mechanical recycling, where bio-based plastics can be recycled infinitely into high-quality recycled material that can be used in anything, from cars and plane parts to 3D printing. Similarly, the chemical recycling industry is now the second component of a completely circular economy, where new plastic polymers can be created with atomic precision and can be broken down at molecular level using breakpoints engineered into the molecular structure. Being bio-based, they also do not form microplastics, so they can biodegrade in the environment, even if there is absolutely no economic incentive to not capture their material back in the loop. We are now in a carbon neutral world. The enormous coordination effort that was required to achieve this globally ushered in a new golden age for multilateralism, setting the foundation for further international collaboration for a regenerative economy, building carbon capture public utilities and restoring damaged ecosystems, allowing an industrial symbiosis between economic activity and natural environment. All this might seem like hyperbole, but all the scenarios are based on real data, real achievements, real research, real initiatives, and real headlines. History is not an accident. So the fact that we need to accept is that the 21st century is the most important century in human history. And that is because for the first time since the dawn of civilization, our entire species faces a single existential threat. So the choices that we make, each and every one of us, as a politician, as a policymaker, as a business, as a consumer, as a citizen, in the first half of the 21st century, will determine how we answer to this question, by letting it happen or by seeing the enormous opportunity in front of us. In 2019, during the first Athens Circular Forum, and thank you for all those watching who joined us during those pre-pandemic days, our main message to all stakeholders was to connect the dots, to collaborate and sustain each other, because a cross-sectorial transition requires a cross-sectorial approach. We at Sporos managed to do our part, both internally and in our external relations, and we partnered with some of the most active players in Greece involved in the green transition from multiple sectors, so that we can all benefit from this and show you over the course of the next few days how all this can be done. So I really do hope that you have a wonderful viewing experience and that at the end of the Athens Circular Forum, in your minds, it will be clear what choices you have to make. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob. I'm so sorry for that. I'm sure that it was an unpleasant surprise for everyone. So, moving next, I'd like to invite Mr. Gerasimos Lounis, Director of Kappa Research and co-founder of Sporos Platform. Mr. Lounis is going to present the key evidence of the role of SMEs, consumers and citizens in the circular transition. Mr. Lounis, on you.
Good afternoon. In 2011, the city of Amsterdam developed a program to incentivize electric car sharing companies to operate within the municipality. They created specific permitting, allocated parking spaces to shared electric vehicles, and installed charging stations throughout the city. As a result, an electric car sharing company introduced 350 cars into the city, which are now used an average of 10,000 times weekly among 25,000 subscribers. While it's hard to know how many of those users would have otherwise purchased a car, we do know that roughly 1% of users each year sell their own cars in favor of using this as a permanent option. So how was Amsterdam able to participate in the circular transition so effectively? And how did they do so in a way that benefited business, government, and community interests all at the same time? The answer lies in behavioral science. We know that shifting behavior is difficult, particularly when the initial behavior feels cheap, easy, or widely accepted. Governments, businesses, and marketing agencies across the world have tried to solve this through slogans, or in the case of government, regulations that convince consumers to change behavior. However, these have limited success. Behavioral science and behavioral economics tell us that we need to understand the values and motivations of our target populations and integrate our desired behaviors accordingly. For the purposes of this conversation, let's focus on one of the most powerful and ubiquitous intrinsic motivations. That is cost efficiency. And let's start with the two target audiences whose behaviors are most important for a successful circular transition. That is consumers and firms. Consumer behavior is important because it guides what kinds of products are made to begin with and how they are sold or delivered. To study this, we've conducted a SNAP consumer survey in Greece, through which we collected information on the key measures of consumers' engagement in the circular economy. And these have to do with the extent to which consumers value durability, repairability, and recyclability in their decision on what to purchase. The results indicate that indeed, consumer behavior is changing. People seem to value the importance of products' durability at a higher than ever rate. That is 34 to 46% across product categories, with almost 60% saying they are willing to pay more for durable products, and almost 80% tending to keep products for longer periods of time than expected. Especially younger consumers seem to consider price-quality ratio more important than any other feature of the products they purchase. Durability is in fact valued more than whether the production company is socially and environmentally responsible, again, in all the main non-food product categories. In other words, for a young woman born after 1995, it is not enough to know that a shoe brand helps fight climate change with donations or PR campaigns to end up purchasing its shoes. After all, PR campaigns and donations don't reduce her overall financial outlay. Knowing her shoes will last for a longer time, however, presents two simultaneous benefits: cost efficiency and reduced waste. Now, when it comes to repairability and recyclability, repairing is popular but not ubiquitous, with around half of consumers, that is 52%, saying they are willing to pay more for easy to repair products, while recyclability, although ranked lower, is increasingly important as a product feature. Again, for younger segments, all these numbers are significantly higher. The circular economy argument for consumers is therefore simple and straightforward. Products that last longer and are easier to repair or recycle may save you money over time. This is born out of the fact that while consumers prefer durability and sustainability at high rates, relatively few of them, roughly 12%, are familiar now with the discussion around the circular economy. Sustainability, therefore, needs to be coupled with cost efficiency for it to be truly resonant with the consumer population. Now turning to the challenge of small, medium enterprises. Producing firms, being profit-maximizing entities, are also eager to save money over time, and the circular transition for firms, especially SMEs, in the manufacturing, the agri-food sector, seems to have become a financial matter rather than just a marketing PR practice. The trends in consumer behavior make it inevitable for firms to adjust how they make and sell their products. It simply increases revenue streams by making products and services more attractive to consumers. Besides making sense for revenue, the circular transition becomes increasingly necessary for firms as it also achieves significant reduction in production and operation costs. Indeed, based on the enterprise surveys implemented by Kappa Research on behalf of the World Bank in Greece and 11 other countries in the region, 9 out of 10 Greek companies that have innovated in the production process in the last 3 years have done so with the main criterion being the reduction of operation costs. This is also one of the main findings of the Circular Economy Market Study that was also implemented by Kappa Research on behalf of Sporos platform. Indeed, the main reason why SMEs would modify their production model is to achieve cost savings. This is followed by creating new revenue streams, attracting new customers, gaining a competitive advantage, and improving resource efficiency. These companies, however, have not yet leveraged the cost efficiencies associated with the circular economy to unlock a large segment of cost savings. Said another way, these companies are leaving enormous cost-saving opportunities on the table by ignoring the benefits of a circular transition. More specifically, in terms of resource efficiency, we know that around 80% of firms do not employ technology to minimize or monitor their energy and water consumption. And when it comes to waste management, we know that 4 out of 10 SMEs currently do not recycle, reuse, recover, nor regenerate their waste. When asked why, the lack of financial options and expertise were the 2 main reasons. Similarly, when it comes to R&D activities, around 80% of Greece's SMEs have not invested in R&D in the last 3 years, citing again the lack of financial options and the lack of knowledge as the two main reasons for not investing in improving the life cycle of their products. So what do SMEs need to achieve better resource management, reduce their waste, and adapt to the shifts in consumer attitudes? An equity boost, loans, or just cash grants? According to this market study, the answer is not that simple. While the lack of financing indeed seems to be a significant factor hindering the capacity expansion of SMEs, pure debt or pure equity instruments are not in high demand these days. Specifically, the systemic bank's reputation remains quite disappointing following the intense recession period, whereas state grants require equity participation rates that still seem quite demanding for SMEs in transition. Instead, hybrid financing, that is performance-based, focused, rather than collateral-based, is overwhelmingly preferred by 72% of the Greek SMEs to any other form of financing, especially when it comes to growth and expansion stage SMEs. In fact, the more relevant the circular economy's activities are, the more willing an SME is to utilize performance-focused financing tools to fund its expansion. This is where Sporos comes in. With a diverse team of partners and advisors who have deep knowledge and experience 2 years now in the solutions required for our economy's most pressing problems, Sporos is on its way to becoming the first successful impact investing fund focused on the circular economy in the region. This will be accomplished by evaluating more than 2,000 expansion stage SMEs over the next 5 years using strict eligibility criteria and eventually devoting more than 45 million euros to support a diverse group of 30 or so firms in becoming role models of sustainable growth in Greece. So why have we chosen to focus on our work on the circular transition of SMEs in Greece? Because they are the segment with the most potential for a generation-defining change, as well as the most room to grow. Despite companies' limited investments in the circular transition, consumers have already started to shift their preferences and demand more. This is coupled with ambitious government initiatives, like the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which dedicates 38% of its total funding to green growth projects. The time has come for local business community across all sectors, including banks, to not only catch up to consumers and government, but to become leaders in the circular economy and regain the prestige they once held in Greek society. And we are prepared to help them succeed. After all, engaging in the circular economy is a matter of economic survival, be it through better value for money for consumers or through long-term cost efficiency improvements for producers. It will eventually become the only viable path for the private sector. No matter how we call the new dream of the century, American dream, European dream, the new Greek dream, you name it, the green dimension will be universal. And this is a big tectonic change. A strong momentum is building up. This transition is future-proof, it is inevitable, and it has already begun. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Jake and Mr. Junis. Very good food for thought. Our next speaker is a prominent female politician, well known for her contribution to the effort to reshape marine ecosystems in Europe. She is the Global Managing Director for Oceans at the Nature Conservancy, while she has served as the European Union Commissioner for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. Under her leadership, A new fisheries policy was adopted that brought more than 25 fish stocks back to sustainability. She also adopted the Blue Growth Agenda and introduced the system against the illegal fishing for European vessels worldwide. Today, she will be dissecting the importance of ensuring ocean conservation becomes an indispensable partner to development and economic growth. Let's welcome Ms. Maria Damanaki. Maria Damanaki, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello. I hope you can hear me and see me. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much for joining us. I would like to thank you all for attending because I know your time is very valuable and precious, and I'm grateful for you giving some of your precious time. So I would like also to thank the organizers because I'm going to speak to you today about an issue which is at the bottom of my heart, the ocean. The ocean is here, is there for all of us. But for me, coming from a small Mediterranean island, ocean is next to me. It's inside me, I can say. So let's see what is happening with the oceans now and how we can move forward with this ocean business. Let me take the first slide first. I'm sorry, we have some trouble here. Okay, here we are. So I know that most of the people who are attending are coming from Mediterranean, and in a way they are ocean lovers, but nevertheless I would like to underline some points about the importance of ocean for our life. First, I would like to say that ocean is very important for the planet itself, for the survival of our planet, because it provides half of the oxygen we breathe and it absorbs 90-30% of the world's anthropogenic heat. I don't know if you can really realize how important all this is. To realize it, let's take a breath, a deep breath. Okay, you feel good. If you take a second breath, you feel better. And this second breath is coming from the ocean. Just imagine that ocean will not be able to provide us with this second breath. Humanity will not be able to breathe because ocean is our lung. So this is my first point. We have to keep the ocean healthy because without the ocean, we will not be able to breathe. As simple as that. My second point is that ocean is very important for our economy, our global economy. We cannot imagine modern economy without the ocean. Just to give you an example here, 90% of the world international trade is carried through the sea. 90%. Then the ocean provides us with food. And I'm not referring here only to fish lovers. Yes, fish is a great food and we like to eat it, but I'm referring for 3 billion of people worldwide because they are depending on ocean. Since fish and the fish products and algae and bivalves and all other products of the sea are their first source of protein. So for this, seafood is absolutely important. It's not just an issue of taste or choice. Then I can say that the coastal habitats protect the planet, protect us from floodings and extreme weather conditions. And also they are very important for the biodiversity of the sea and the planet. But also there are a great source of income for billions of people worldwide. Let's take the corals, for example. Coral reefs alone contribute 11.5 billion to the global tourism each year. Just imagine the coral reefs and their value. And then I can say also that the full potential of the ocean is not known yet. There are hidden treasures there coming from the bottom of the sea in a lot of different types. And just an example here is the fact that me personally, but everybody else around me, we were very, very surprised at the beginning of this pandemic, COVID, when we realized that all the trials for medicines and vaccines have been based on a genome coming from the deep, deep sea, the deepest sea. So we don't know what are the medicines coming there. We don't know what are the bioeconomy potential there. And that's why there is a big international discussion now about the rights of the governments and people to use these genomes. This is a very interesting discussion for our next meeting. My last point, the ocean is our last frontier. It's our last wonder. It's our connection to the natural world. The ocean gives us not only food, energy, leisure, it gives us dreams. We can dream about the ocean. It's far away, it's an adventure. And dreams can keep people happy. And why are we doing this? We're doing all this to be happy. So personal happiness is very, very important. So this is why ocean is important. And the ocean will be here for us in the future, and its potential is enormous. But we have to have in mind that ocean is in trouble. I'm not going to refer to this slide a lot. I think that we are all well terrified by the first presentation and all the images we have seen. And I don't want to terrify you more, but just refer to some facts. So climate change and the greenhouse emissions, they make the ocean warmer and more acidic. And they have another effect that is not very well known, and this effect has a name, sea level rise. So perhaps you can think now, okay, 1 or 2 centimeters, does it make sense? Well, it makes sense. It makes sense because there are studies in the United Nations that prove that if we're going like this, at the end of the century, 630 million people will have the risk of living in their areas. So perhaps they have to leave their houses, their villages, and reallocate themselves. And I can say to you, by my personal experience, because I have worked throughout a similar program in the Pacific, that this is really appalling. Thousands of people losing their homes, their villages, it's really terrifying, terrifying. So we have to do something about the ocean. Also, I can refer to the loss of biodiversity. The ocean has lost 50% of its biodiversity in the recent 50 years. So perhaps some important species have already disappeared. Some corals, the most beautiful ones, fish has disappeared. And on the other side, there are species that are more tolerant to the climate change, and they have their populations have really increased. Microbes or jellyfish. So next time you will see a lot of jellyfish in the Mediterranean, you know who to put the blame on. Then I can refer to the pollution. Plastic is well known, but it's not only about the plastic. I mean, we have to have in mind that almost 80 to 90% of the waste which is coming to ocean is coming from the land. And it's not only plastic. We have nuclear waste going there. We have toxic and very, very dangerous waste going there. And we cannot say that we are fully informed about what's happening when all these materials are going to the ocean. So stopping pollution in the ocean is important. And then I can refer to overfishing. We can discuss about that later if there is time, if you want. Less and less fish in our seas, in the Mediterranean especially. But what I can say to you is that we have approved from FAO, the United Nations Organization in Rome, that 1/3 of the fish stocks worldwide are fished at a level which is not sustainable. So this is worrying. So I suppose that after all this, the potential of the ocean, the threats for the ocean, there are 2 questions emerging. The first question is, can the ocean survive? Can we keep the ocean happy if we are going to continue to extract from it, take the resources that we need, and the humanity needs the resources. It's not so easy to say, stop fishing, stop extracting. It's not so easy to say that because you have to have in mind local communities and really poor local communities in some areas, not like here. So can the ocean survive? Can we keep both ocean and humanity happy? And the second, of course, question is if we can, how we are going to do that. So these are the two main questions I would like to answer through this short presentation, to give you some answers, of course. My answers are coming, of course, from my personal experience, but I would like to underline that most of these slides, we have prepared them for two organizations. Big organizations are working now, and they have done a great job on that. The first organization is a big think tank in London called Systemic, and the second organization is the High Level Panel for Oceans. I'm chairing their network. So this High Level Panel is created by 14 prime ministers, so very important countries around the world that represent 30% of the ocean of the planet. I'm talking about big governments, big countries like Canada, Australia, Japan, Indonesia, Norway, Portugal from the European Union, Ghana, Kenya, Namibia, Chile. So the 14 prime ministers, they are committed to go for sustainability, to invest their blue economy sustainability in a sustainable way. And they have also committed to have a good marine spatial plan for the exclusive economic zones. I would like very much to see Greece joining this club, but to be honest, I cannot see a lot of appetite now. So let me go back to facts. It's better to work on facts. This is my experience and advice to the younger people. So here you can see 5 building blocks we have created in the framework of these organizations, working with United Nations and the special envoy of Gutierrez, Peter Thompson, Ambassador Peter Thompson. These are the building blocks to go for a sustainable ocean economy. Let me go through it very, very fast. First block is the science, the data. We need science. And I think this is a very, very good lesson learned by the pandemic. When science was ignored, it was not so good. Just remember Trump and the USA administration. So we need data to drive our decisions, and we have to use the innovation tool networks to have the data. Second block, we need to engage in a good orientated planning process. We need a plan. Some people, and especially some investors, they think that the ocean is out there, is there for all of us. And if the ocean is there for all of us, then as you can perhaps think and understand, well, we can do everything and the Mother Nature can restore it. This is not true. This is not true. The ocean is there, but we need some plan. We need a governmental plan. We need a regional plan. We need a European plan. We need a global plan. So this is really very, very important. This is really very, very important. And I'm very proud to say this because, as you know, perhaps the first planning directive for the European Union is a directive that has my signature. So it will be very, very important to go through this planning exercise for all of us. The third block is de-risking finance and using innovation to mobilize investment. We need money, in other words. And money is not just a detail. In my opinion, the private-public partnership is the best way forward. But what I would like to say here is that banks can play a very, very crucial role in developing all these pipelines. I can share my personal experience. I was working 3 years with the government of Seychelles for a debt swap. They would like to exchange their debt for conservation measures, and everything seemed impossible. But then World Bank came in and they gave their guarantee for the fund we had created, and everything was easier. So the banks can play an important role, and I hope they will take the message. Then, of course, we have to stop land-based pollution. And then, this is the last point, and it's the most important, we have to change ocean accounting. We have to give ocean a value. I would dare to say we have to give ocean a price. And why I'm saying that? Because this is the tragedy of common goods. Natural capital, the ocean capital, is used by the investors for free. But this is not for free. The ocean belongs to all of us. It doesn't belong to a fisherman or to an investor who extracts from the bottom of the sea or whatever. So it's important to give ocean a value. We are working now to create models with United Nations, and I hope that in the assembly next September, we are going to present some. So if we are going like this, here is the good news. I would like to give you some good news because I'm afraid we have received a lot of negative messages. So here are good news. We can have a triple win. And what do I mean by triple win? I mean a win for society, for economy, and for environment, and all together. And this is a very important slide. You can see my resources at the end of the footnote, and it's through models that are scientifically checked. So you can see that we have a protecting pillar, and through this pillar, we are going for 30% protected marine areas until 2030. This is the famous 30 by 30 goal. Perhaps you have heard of that, to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030. If we can do that, we are going to give 20% of the Paris Agreement there. We can reduce down to one-fifth the greenhouse emissions. Can you imagine that? 20% of the Paris Agreement is coming through this plan. Then you can produce sustainable, and I can say here that we can have 40 times more renewable energy by 2050, or 6 times more sustainable fisheries, because we can explain why if you are interested. And most important, we can have a prosperity that can be shared in a more equitable way, because we are going to create 20 million jobs, and we are going to earn profits of 15.5 trillion. A lot of it can go to SMEs. I'm coming to the previous presentation. Okay, so here's my next slide. Perhaps you are wondering where are these trillions? I don't want to bother you with a lot of numbers, but the evidence is here. So we have this model has a prerequisite. We invest 2.8 trillion today in 4 sustainable based solutions. We can see mangroves, international shipping decarbonization, ocean-based production, and offshore wind, and we can end up to 15.5 trillion. Ocean can be a solution to climate change. If you are interested, here are the figures. I don't want to take a lot of your time, but you can see here, for example, that if we are going to invest in offshore wind, then we can have 3.5 gigatons of CO2 emissions absorbed by this gathered rather by this case. Or if we have, if we will be able to absorb carbon from the seabed, then we can have 2 additional gigatons. All these are gathering into the 20% of the climate change solution I have said before. Here is another model. I'm giving you all these examples just to reassure you that there is a lot of work, modeling and scientific work. And all these I'm saying are facts. I'm not saying something based on my wishes or ideas. These are facts. So we have created this model for United Nations. And this is the model for the countries that would like to focus on the sectors of the economy that can be more profitable after COVID. There is a lot of economic and financial analysis behind that, but you can see what are the areas, for example, waste treatment or coastal and marine ecosystems or mariculture, ocean-based, marine transport. But referring to aquaculture, to mariculture, I would like to clarify because it's a very interesting point for Greece too. I'm referring here not only to snapper, grouper, and salmon, not only to finfish. I'm referring to the restorative aquaculture too. So it is proven that seaweed aquaculture and bivalves aquaculture, they help the environment. They don't put a burden to the environment as the other kind, perhaps, of aquaculture, if not sustainable. They absorb nutrients, so they clear the water. And that's why we have to invest on that. And I'm very happy that my successor in the commission, Commissioner Sinchevicius, is going to take a big initiative on algae for the next year in the European Union. So here is a model for circular economy. I know that this is at the heart of this conference. And this is a model I'm very proud of. We have worked with that in Systemic. And why I'm proud, because it can give you also an analysis of what will happen with business as usual. And this is something, this scenario of no action is something that we have always to have in mind. It's not only about the good things that are coming. We have also to have in mind what is happening if we take no action, if we are just sitting and waiting. And in this case, we are going to put almost 30 million metric tons plastic in the sea until 2040, and there will be a damage in United States dollars, 100 billion in different businesses. On the other side, if we are going to do it right, and for saving time, I'm not referring to how, but there is a how we are going to do it right, and we can reduce 80% of the plastic from the ocean. Here I give you some economic zone, sustainable ocean economic zone examples I'm working on. Why I'm putting this slide here, just to persuade you that there is no one size fits all model. We don't have a solution that goes everywhere and can be there and match everything. This is not true. So here I'm working with different governments. These are some examples we are presenting. So the first example is more on tourism and local food. The second example is more on artisanal fisheries and tourism. The third example is more on an industrialized perspective of the economy. But they have common management elements, and they are referring to the principles I said before. So here is a slide that can prove that if we keep the ocean and humanity, as I said, healthy and good, then there will be a distribution to all the 17 targets, sustainability targets of United Nations. This is a study we have prepared for United Nations, and it was presented in the assembly last year. So here you can see that ocean can contribute to areas you cannot imagine. For example, at the bottom, you can see the sustainability target 16, which is about peace. Can the ocean sustainability contribute to peace? Yes, it can. And I have lived that in person, working in China. And perhaps you have heard about the South China Sea disputes with Japan, with other countries. In Philippines, between Philippines and other. So if we are not going to solve it in a proper way, this will damage us all, not to refer to the GLC for obvious reasons, especially today. But also there are other areas where it is very, very important and good to see. So let me finalize with my final message. Here is what I would like you to understand. The ocean is not too big to fail. The ocean may fail, may fail. The ocean is big, too big for us, for our senses, for our minds, but it's not too big to fail. And if we are going to do it wrongly, as we have done in the land case, then perhaps we'll see the same story. And the first presentation we have followed today will be the truth. The second point is the ocean is not too big to fix. We can fix it in a decade. If we want to use the next decade to fix the ocean, we can do. We can do. Yes, we can. But we have to invest, and we have to invest properly. And what is going to be invested in a sustainable way is going to pay us back more and more, sometimes 5, sometimes 6 times more. So it is worth trying. But to make a long story short, is too big and too central to the planet's future to ignore. So my hope is after this presentation, we will not go on ignoring ocean. This is what I would like to say. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you very much, Ms. Damanaki. Before we move on to the next session, just a quick question for you. No doubt you're one of the most symbolic women in Europe. We see that the younger generation is increasingly aware and active in the existential fight against the climate crisis. What would you say to young women and men who want to make their own creative and meaningful revolution to protect our common home, but many times they feel that they lack the power and means to do so?
Thank you very much for these kind words. But as you mentioned, I'm rather too old to give advice to young people. So what I would like to say is that we, my generation, cannot advise. What the young people can accept is advice from young people. And I can tell you a personal example about that. I was attending last year, before COVID, of course, the National Assembly, the General Assembly of United Nations in New York, and we had given so many fights with governments, whatever. And then we went out and Greta Thunberg was speaking. And there were millions, 2 million, if I remember well, of young people following her. So we need guidance from younger people. And this means that younger people can be, how can I say, motivated if they think that the message is coming outside of the system. Unfortunately, I'm perceived by them as a member of the system, rightly or wrongly. So they don't need advice from the system. They need advice from outside the system. And my second point is that the technology is the way to approach them. The new ideas, the innovative tools of technology, they can give us a chance. And I would like also to add that there is not a coincidence that in other areas, in other countries, in other areas of the world where the technology is much more advanced and more spread between young people, there is a motivation about climate change, the oceans, the sustainability, these issues. Here we are lagging a little behind, but I hope we are going to do the extra mile. Thank you very much. You were very flattering, but you need somebody like you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Damanaki. So it's time to move on to the next session, a plenary session with high-level institutional representation at all levels of decision-making, which will discuss the strategic framework, the key transformation pathways from the green transition from an international, European, as well as a national perspective. The discussion will be moderated by Mr. Alexandros Karidis Karandreas, co-chair of Athens Circular Forum and partner at Sporos Platform. Mr. Alexandros Karidis, on you.
Thank you very much, dear Luciana. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of the Athens Circular Forum, the European Green Deal, the Next Generation EU, and the Greek Fund of Resilience and Recovery are paving the way for a historic systemic transition towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and climate-resilient model. Circular economy is at the heart of this model in an inclusive and holistic way. We are very glad and honored to have all these distinguished speakers in this plenary session. I'm honored to moderate this discussion, which aims to combine the national, local, and EU perspective following a practical approach on the ground. As you can see, we have an exceptional lineup of distinguished speakers exploring how Greece can unlock this potential for the green transition and seize a unique opportunity for long-term growth, seize the momentum. Let me start by introducing you to our distinguished speakers, Professor Phoebe Koudouris. She's a professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business, president of the European Association of Environmental and Resource Economists, as well as a director of the Sustainable Development Unit and of the Aid Climate Kick, together with the UN SDSN. The second speaker will be Mr. Ioannis Tsakiris. It's an exceptional honor to have him today despite his heavy schedule. Mr. Tsakiris is a Deputy Minister for Public Investments and the Growth Pact, responsible at the Ministry of Development and Investments, and one of the key persons in order to achieve the national bet of quick recovery. Mr. Ioannis Kaltsas is the head of Division for Greece and Cyprus of the European Investment Bank. Allow me to say the major climate bank in the world right now. And he will be talking about the major initiatives of the EIB in the region and in Greece. And Mr. Yannis Georgis is the president of the Legal Experts Committee of the Greek Just Transition Development Plan, focusing on a success loss story of how we can make it happen at the same time at the EU national and regional level. Without any further delay, let me introduce Mrs. Professor Koudouri, and also we might have Mr. Apostolos Didzikostas later on. Unfortunately, he's occupied right now in a meeting in Brussels, so he might join during our discussion. Professor Fifi Koudouri, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's a pleasure to be here. Do interrupt me if I'm going over time, right?
You're setting the agenda, so it's important to have the bits and pieces.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. So for the transition, for the sustainability transition, what do we have in place and what do we need to do further? Obviously, the 2015 UN Agenda 2030 with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and the 169 targets within these goals and the numerous KPIs, indexes that we use to measure these goals. A few months later, we have the Paris Agreement for climate, 197 countries agreeing to limit global temperature to well below 2 degrees. Since then, every year, we as United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and I am honored to lead the European Hub together with the Greek Hub, we produce a report on the achievement of the SDGs in each and every country of the world, measuring the level of achievement. 2018, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warns that 2 degrees increase in global temperature is too much. We need to limit global temperature increase to 1.5. And 1 year later, again, we as UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, during the New York Climate Week, we present the operationalization of the 17 SDGs into 6 transformations: education, health, energy decarbonization, and sustainable industry, sustainable food, land, water, and oceans, sustainable cities and communities, and the digital revolution for sustainable development. 2019, we have the European Green Deal, 4 main axes: climate neutrality by 2050, limiting pollution, clean tech leadership for European companies, and leaving no one behind, a just and fair transition. And of course, the European Green Deal comes with 1 trillion budget, some of it from the MFF, and the other part hope to be leveraged by PPPs, public-private partnerships. And of course, we have the European Green Deal, which is our new growth strategy, the new European growth strategy, which has to go hand in hand with the European semester process. 2020, we have the pandemic and the huge recession that derives from the pandemic due to the social distancing measures. And we have 2 levels of responses: short-run responses, trying to keep the workforce employed, even if guaranteed, trying to safeguard the SMEs, trying to support the vulnerable in the economy, trying to safeguard the financial system because non-performing loans mounted, but at the same time looking at constructing the long run, medium and long run coordinates for a sustainable recovery. And this led to the Next Generation EU, 750 billion, in addition to the 7-annual MFF, the multi-annual financial framework, 672.5 billion focus on the recovery and resilience facility. The good news is that even under this huge non-linearity, the growth strategy of Europe remains to be the European Green Deal. The recovery and resilience plans commits the absorption of money to a minimum of 37% per investment of climate mainstreaming, 20% digital mainstreaming, and respecting the do no significant harm principle. And of course, the recovery and resilience plans are structured within the flagship areas of investments and reforms in Europe: power up, renovate, recharge and refuel, connect, modernize, scale up, reskill and upskill. And at the end of 2020, we have member state leaders agreeing to commit to a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990 emissions. 2021, April, 21st of April, we have the provisional political agreement on the climate law, committing to 2030, 50% reduction in climate neutrality by 2050. And together with the climate law, we have the EU taxonomy that aims to improve the flow of money and capital towards sustainable activities across the European Union and convince the investors to reorient investments toward more sustainable technologies and business. To qualify as green, you have to support at least one of the following areas: climate change mitigation, adaptation, sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources, circular economy, pollution prevention, and biodiversity. Together with the EU taxonomy, we have the proposal for corporate sustainability reporting directive, a very well thought proposed directive to extend the scope of companies that need to provide sustainability reporting, improve the assurance of the reported information, introducing detailed requirements, and at the same time digitally tag the reported information. Together with this, 6 amending delegated acts on fiduciary duties, investment, and insurance advice to ensure that financial firms include sustainability in their processes and advice to clients. And as we speak, all of the 9 different policies of the European Green Deal are now being draft in detail. So a lot is going on during this year. Everything that covers circular economy, energy, climate action, finance, and at the same time qualifying with regards to their sustainability a few very crucial energy sources. Nuclear, which is yet to be clarified. We are waiting for an expert opinion from the Commission. Natural gas, not explicitly included in the taxonomy, not excluded either. A suggestion for becoming a transitional fuel, but not yet conclusive. Bioenergy and forestry, very much in the heart of the EU taxonomy. Agriculture playing a central role in mitigating the effects of climate change, but still waiting for the conclusion of the common agriculture policy. Hydropower, very important, and hydrogen, again, central role to help the transition to a hydrogen-based economy by 2030. And all this happens in Europe, but in the rest of the world, there is also a huge momentum with green deals and decarbonization commitment. Joe Biden's summit, climate summit, 22nd of April, gathered leaders representing 82 of world carbon emissions, 73 of world population, 86 of world economic output, to commit to bold climate action and deep decarbonization. decarbonization. Rapid decarbonization is now feasible at low cost given technological advances in solar and wind power and battery storage, electric vehicles, and more. So there was agreement between all these days and building up momentum for the COP in Glasgow that there's going to be a stop with regards to building new fossil fuel plants, commit in electrifying transport and electrifying buildings, improve energy efficiency, produce green fuels, hydrogen, very important here, and adopt nature-based solutions. At the same time, we have China committing to 2060 climate neutrality and even referring to 2025 for decarbonization. So this is the political scenery, I would say. But at the same time, although we have political agreement, it is not enough. What we need is to actually showcase the pathways, the technological pathways, the policy pathways, and the financial pathways that will support the implementation. With regards to Greece, I was part of the Pistaridis report. This is a medium-run report, a 10-year development recovery plan for Greece. And of course, many of our major problems, low productivity, inefficient functioning of public administration, significant lack in achieving environmental goals, very low exports, and vulnerable households with a large percentage of them moving to the brink of poverty can be addressed with a sustainable recovery. So the Greek recovery and resilience plans creates a short-term fiscal space, which it is crucial to be used for the transformations needed that can support a sustainable economic growth with positive multipliers with regards to growth and job creation. So we need to invest in reducing the cost informal wealth with reduction of taxes and insurance better. We need a more favorable tax depreciation treatment for investments. We need energy upgrades of buildings, investments in infrastructure, strengthening export sectors of manufacturing, waste management, circular economy. We need to invest in our human capital and align education and training with the needs of the market. And this is a crucial and very difficult challenge because we are in the fourth industrial revolution and the pace of technological advancement is unprecedented in history. So we need to find a way to align this technological pace with the skills of the workforce. And finally, we need to increase the public sector administration. As co-chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which includes more than 400 member institutions, research and university institutions, we provide policy support to the European Commission to align the European recovery with Agenda 2030. Within this spirit, we produced this report on the transformations for the joint implementation of Agenda 2030 for the sustainable development, the European Green Deal. This report's main messages is that we have a moral responsibility to be forward better. COVID-19 pandemic-related recovery packages are financed by national debt, so they are loans to be paid by future generations. So we might as well make sure that future generations will have the ability to have a good standard of living. What is good news is that there is an obvious economic case for building forward better. Recent simulations of the effect of green recovery plans worldwide confirm that the green economic stimulus is more growth enhancing than the return to normal stimulus. Beyond fiscal stimulus that is expected to boost aggregate demand, this crisis calls for transformative public investments that will shape a sustainable and fair green and digital transition and leverage private sector investment. Obviously, long-term vision is the UN Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement, and the European Green Deal provides the right level of ambition and direction. This report connects the 4 policy initiatives for each and every of the 27 country member states. It connects the SDGs with the European Green Deal, the European semester process, and the European Recovery Plan to support policymakers with actionable strategies that can guide EU and national economic recovery in line with Europeans' overarching sustainability agenda. First, we cross-map the European Green Deal and the SDGs, and we showcase the relevance between the two, but also that the SDGs is a more holistic framework covering aspects that the European Green Deal does not. So the good news for the policymakers is that they don't have two separate agendas. They have the global agenda with the 17 SDGs, and they have the European Green Deal with the 9 policies: biodiversity, farm to fork, sustainable agriculture, clean energy, sustainable industry, building and renovation, sustainable mobility, eliminating pollution, and climate action. Putting together with the cross-mapping of SDGs and the European Green Deal, the country-specific recommendations, and remember that the recovery and resilience plans need to reflect the country-specific recommendations of the European semester process. So what we did is that we had the assessment of each and every country with regards to SDG achievement, and then we cross-map this assessment with the European semester policy recommendations. Whenever we had a recommendation from the European semester process that addressed major and significant challenges in meeting the SDGs, we indicated alignment between the SDGs and the European semester recommendations. And you can see that Sweden, the most sustainable country in the world, has a 50% alignment, Germany 63% alignment, whereas Greece has 80% alignment, and of course, major challenges in all but 2 SDGs. Overall, there is a 72% alignment between the SDGs and the European semester process recommendation, and this showcase that the recovery and resilience plans need to be aligned with the SDGs achievement as well. With regards to which are the priority policies within the European Green Deal for the European countries, based on our analysis, environmentally sustainable food systems is one, sustainable industry is the second, elimination of pollution the third, and fourth, climate action. Now, in order to achieve the transformation, you need explicit technological pathways, and these technological pathways need to be conceived on a systems approach that is simultaneously addressing multiple objectives and promoting policy instruments and technological solutions across the various sectors. Objectives are decarbonization, environmental sustainability, economic prosperity, social inclusion, but also policy instruments, various policy instruments, public investments, phasing out subsidies to fossil fuel, market mechanisms, regulatory frameworks, regulations on land use, and a multiple number of technological solutions. With regards to the decarbonization pathways, we need to focus on power and progressively phase out traditional sources. These are our recommendations with a mixture of renewable solutions. With regards to industry, we need to focus on the hard to abate segments, cement, iron, steel, petrochemicals. With regards to transport, we need to focus on roadways and railways and airways and navigation. And with regards to building, we need guidelines for new buildings, retrofitting strategies. And in a systems approach that we've developed, the recommendations, it's very important to take into account the complementarities between variable renewable sources, different zero carbon technology, public-private investments, natural and engineered systems, mitigation, adaptation, and so on. And the 6 pillars for decarbonizations are zero carbon electricity, electrification of end users, green synthetic fuels, smart power grids, material efficiency, and sustainable land use. The road to climate neutrality will take place with renewable energy sources, nature-based solutions, and the transition to circular economy, and of course through climate adaptation projects offering triple dividend through protection of human life and environment, creation of new investments that produce growth and job multipliers. Now, for the decarbonization, we need an additional investment of 350 billion per year, and this calls for a restructuring, a reconceptualization of our financial system. So now governments are asked to make significant long-term investments to support rapid recovery from the pandemic. So they are asked to play a significant entrepreneurial role for providing the strategic patient finance that is needed for sustainable innovation. In this regard, we need to reconceptualize financial stability and the mission of central banks. We need to reconceptualize national public investment organizations to provide positive sources of long-term patient finance and support sustainable investing. And at the micro level, we need to convince companies that those that switch towards sustainable and green practices sooner will be the most competitive, the most innovative, and the most successful financially over time. And this is
Professor Kuduri, excuse me, I think you have one more minute.
I will close in one more minute.
We have a lot of time during the Q&A to elaborate.
Yes, and this of course is mobilized a lot through the EU taxonomy just announced. With regards to the effects on the equity aspects within the society, the European Green Deal can lead to approximately 1 million new jobs in the energy and energy-related sectors, and it is quite important to understand that the new jobs will be skilled and medium skilled, not foreign skilled researchers. With regards to the regressive effects of the EU climate neutrality policies, that is the revision of the ETS, the effort sharing regulation, the energy taxation, the carbon border tax. What we showcase with our general equilibrium model is that it is possible to identify measures that will allow mitigating the regressive effects of climate neutrality policies, which are mainly on the vulnerable in the society. So with a combination of redistributing revenues through lump sum transfer, targeted energy efficiency measures, job retaining programs, and funding of subsidies for low carbon energy, we showcase that combined mitigation policy options can ensure more equality, increased GDP, and increased employment in all regions of Europe. Finally, we've showcased a list of criteria that can help the construction of the recovery and resilience plan, but not only those, not only the construction, also the implementation. These criteria are in the economic and social impact and environmental impact. They are connected with the SDGs, and they can help the policymakers identify efficient and sustainable policy plans for their countries. I want to close by referring to the Lancet COVID-19 Commission, one of the commissioners and leader of the task force on the green recovery. I want to say that what we say for Europe is roughly what we say for the rest of the world. Although in the rest of the world, we obviously have low-income countries and emerging markets that urgently need support to address the immediate consequences of the pandemic and being able to recover in a sustainable way. And that is why it is so important that the IMF and the World Bank has convinced the major economies to support for with a new allocation of 650 billion worth of IMF reserve assets, special drawing rights, to ensure that governments in low-income and middle-income countries have the means to combat the pandemic in a sustainable way. I want to thank you very much for having me here. I I lead a cluster of sustainability transition, including the Athens University of Economics and Business, the Athena Research Center, and EIT Climate Kick Greece, together with SDSN Europe and SDSN Greece, that works on research and innovation, innovation acceleration, education and training in order to accelerate the transition to sustainability. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Professor Kuduri. Thank you for this meaningful overview of a brave new world, which is not just upcoming, it's already here, and it became obvious through your presentation. Allow me to say that Professor Kuduri is a true female leader and an intellectual of action, and combines a lot of roles. One of them is introducing the first maritime climate accelerator, along with a consortium of major stakeholders in Greece and abroad, and will be presented in more detail tomorrow. Moving now to our next speaker, Mr. Ioannis Tsakiris, Deputy Minister of Development and Investments in charge of Public Investments and the Growth Pact. Mr. Tsakiris, it's an exceptional honor to have you here for many reasons. And we expect your highlights on the priorities of the Greece 2.0 plan, explaining how green investments can boost competitiveness, regional growth, and new jobs, especially for the younger generation.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I will be quite brief because subject is very evident. When it comes to amounts that they are destined to be invested in green economy, as Greece, we have from 7 billion euros from the new programming period of the structural funds. It's 4 billion for environment and 3 billion for energy. We have 1.6 billion from the Just Transition Fund and more than 10 billion from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So all in all, there are about 20 billion to be invested, let's say, in 7 years. So it's an incredible amount, and it's, according to my view, it's targeting the right sector. Some examples that of investments that will be financed through all this money is obviously green entrepreneurship, energy upgrades of buildings, energy upgrades of factories, electric mobility, mostly when it comes to infrastructure. And I'm not talking obviously only about electric mobility or for citizens, for private cars, but especially when it comes to public transportation. Again, and obviously renewable production of renewable energy, energy storage, clean energy like hydrogen, etc., but also infrastructure projects that they have to do with the prevention of natural disasters, because they also have to do for the environment. Now, when it comes to areas that, let's say, areas and that, excuse me, but there is a phone ringing which I don't have access. It's okay. Apologies. So coming back to what I was saying, it's all about investing in green, where together with digital are the two main and obvious ways that the Greek economy has to follow, primarily to be competitive. And by being competitive, this means that economy will flourish, public revenues will increase, and at the end of the day, society will be benefited. So it's about competitiveness. By investing in green, and not even purely green, there are many ways that investments are touching the environmental aspect of business, we are building a more resilient economy and a more competitive economy. Private sector primarily will be also benefited because, as I said before, the magnitude of the public infrastructure when it comes to green investments is huge for the next years to come. Now, there's also some other issues that I would like to touch base is that Greece has a competitive advantage. It will sound a bit awkward, but it has an advantage because so far green investments are not very much developed in Greece. And this gives us a big advantage when it comes to increase our competitiveness. For example, we are still low in CO2 reduction when it comes to neighboring countries. So still there is a big piece of the pie that we can gain by reducing more our CO2 emissions. And all those have, don't forget that together with green investments, circular economy is gradually taking over the entrepreneurship landscape. And all this make circular economy and environment, of course, is one of the five pillars of the sustainable development together with governance, market, society, and cooperation. So by pouring all those money, all those funds into green investments, we are confident that Greek economy will gain a big competitive advantage, which will, of course, produce results that will affect primarily the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsakiris. You have been the father of Equifund as well as of the Jeremy funds, this first generation. Now you're leading the third generation of innovative financial tools, this time from the political side of the table. So I would like to ask you, which are the major challenges in order to leverage the private investments in the right sectors, the ones that you described during your speech? Thank you.
Well, it's that's also the big challenge is, as you said, to mobilize private investors, because by using we cannot use purely European funds or national funds. We have also to blend with private investors, and I think the right way is by introducing innovative financial instruments that they are investing together, public and private resources into the economy and the corporates. For example, we have developed an equity instrument of 400 million euros in the Hellenic Development Bank for investments. That's a pool of money that can co-invest alongside with private investors into energy and infrastructure funds, which in turn they're investing in energy companies, energy projects, and so on and so forth. To understand the leverage, if we assume that this 400 million euros will require another 600 million euros of private resources, we are having an amount of 1 billion euro of equity. And when this is translated into project cost, we can add up another 3 billion of lending. So with 400, which ends up to 4 billion euros. So with 400 million euros of public money, we are aiming to mobilize and to put into work 4 billion of euros for energy financing. So that's the way that we are pursuing it, by, as I said, innovative financial instrument to achieve leverage and blending of private and public resources.
Thank you very much again for this feedback. Let me move on our next speaker, Mr. Ioannis Kaltsas. We are very honored to have you today. Mr. Kaltsas is the head of division for Greece and Cyprus of the European Investment Bank. He's managing an extremely important portfolio for green investments and will kindly share with us his thoughts on why ESG is the new norm for the business world, emphasizing on the role and key initiatives of the European Investment Bank for a sustainable and just transition. The floor is yours, Mr. Kaltsas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you and participate in this very interesting and necessary, I would say, discussion. I think I will try to build on the previous two speakers. I think Professor Koudouri has covered very well the policy background at global, but also at the European Union level. And Minister Tsakiris, which I have to say that he's doing a tremendous job in implementing structural funds programs in Greece, have provided accurately the future of financing that will reach the Greek economy in Greece. So I will try to within this framework to provide some points from the EIB side about how do we see the European Green Deal touching Greece, and what we feel is the opportunities, but also threats for the way forward. I mean, I will start by saying that the European Green New Deal, it's a reality. I think that everybody has accepted the vision that Europe will become the world's first climate neutral climate by 2050. This we see it very clearly, not only in the policymakers, but also in the investors, in the business that daily approach us for the implementation of projects. There's an increasing portfolio, and even traditional businesses, they acknowledge this reality and they adjust their business plans towards this new reality. This is also clear to us from the size of the investors, because as you probably know, the EIB is lending money, but equally attracts money from the financial markets to pass this money to its investors. We do not cost anything to the taxpayers. We borrow money very cheaply from the markets, and increasingly, a lot of this money that we borrow from the markets, we borrow it under climate bonds, what we call climate and sustainability awareness bonds. The EIB is the bigger emitter of these bonds, and we realize that from institutional investors, there's a growing appetite to finance through the EIB financing this kind of investments. I will give you an example. Last year, we had 10.5 billion euros globally in terms of climate awareness bonds. It was double than the previous year. This year already, the first 5 months, we got 7 billion euros of climate bonds. So there is a clear appetite from all the players of the market to finance this kind of investments, which highlight the the public acceptance that I was mentioning before. With respect to Greece and what does it mean, this climate agenda, I have to say that for the EIB, it has not been very easy to bring this agenda to Greece, because traditionally the EIB has been, the last 60 years of its activity, the infrastructure bank for Europe. Most of the projects in Greece, the highways, the Eleftherios Venizelos airport, the Rio Andirio bridge, most big infrastructure investments, they have the seal of the EIB. So this transformation was not initially as evident, and in many cases, I have to admit that it was not welcomed. I had mayors in north of Greece that they were shocked with the fact that EIB will now stop financing gas-related investments. And they have a point to a certain extent, because their cities, they currently they use heavily coal or wood during the winter, which create a big yellow cloud of pollution above their cities. So of course gas would have an environmental positive impact, but we have to explain to them that given that we finance projects for 30 years, we cannot normally finance something that by 2050 we feel that will not be any more a usable source, because by 2050, as we said, we want a climate neutral Europe. Similar in the shipping sector, where diesel, for example, is the dominant fuel for the shipping sector. We had there also to explain our limitations of the EIB business in the way forward. In terms of opportunities, what we see in Greece is, that we see also in Europe, is there is a lot of investment, not only on what we usually observe, which is investments in renewable energy, in other renewable energy and other energy efficiency projects, or what you usually reforestation, or we usually classify as climate change investments. But there is a big amount of investment also in innovation, including in Greece. Currently, we are aware of 5 different battery-related projects with 4 different technologies that they take place, or they are planning to take place in Greece in the next few years. So there is a richness of technology innovation, of risk-taking in the private sector. And given that we observe this all over Europe, we are convinced that in the future we're going to have technological breakthroughs and possibly what we call disruptive technologies, which might change radically the way that we produce energy, the way that that transport is operated, and the way in general that we're doing business. And this, I feel, it is quite important. And why this is quite important? Because this will create winners and losers. And it is quite important for Greece to have the foresight, to have the plan, so that positioned correctly, so be that its businesses, they benefit from these technology advantages and be in the winner's side. Just one word of caution also about the losers, because it is unavoidable. And it's not only the delignitization regions that we observe today. Probably this is the most obvious examples. But I think also Financial Times, they have an excellent article today that they are talking about that this vision of a carbon neutral Europe will have a cost, will have higher carbon prices. So a lot of SMEs will be penalized, a lot of poor people will be penalized, and we have to be fully aware of them. And some of the money that will come to Greece, either through the RRF or through the structural funds, have to be used so that reorientate the losers of this technological disruption of this technology change towards the winning side. And we feel that this is quite important, that Greece gives emphasis to strong institutions. We want a strong state, strong institutions that will be able to make this difference. Thank you very much. I will be ready for any questions later on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaltsas. We've seen the European Investment Bank impressively becoming the first climate bank, becoming actually the climate bank of the EU, providing 50% of its lending towards climate-related actions by 2025. That's the official goal. And at the same time, as you perfectly described, we see the climate bond markets skyrocketing internationally. I want to emphasize on a particular point of your speech. You talked about the winners and the losers of this transition. Till now, we've seen that climate bonds are used particularly in large-scale projects. So I'm wondering whether the Greek SMEs can actually benefit through that kind of financial tools in order to become winners in a regional framework, and how this can happen in the context of the circular economy and the new production and consumption model. Thank you.
It is a very pertinent question because, as you correctly notice, indeed we have some emblematic large investments that we normally label as climate investments. We demonstrate them, but to be able to have EIB financing at least 50% every single year after 2025 of climate, we cannot leave outside small and medium enterprise. And to do this, we have to do it through the systemic banks, and also ideally, Yannis Zakiris mentioned earlier, and it's quite important, through the Hellenic Development Bank, which we also feel that it has a very important and long-term role to play to the Greek economy. For this thing to take place, it is quite important, and these days we negotiate a lot with the European Commission, which decides the EU taxonomy. In other words, how do we classify easily these investments that future SMEs, for example, will undertake as climate investments, so that we avoid, from the one side, to have what we call greenwashing, so we put the normal investments and we just label them as green investments, but on the other hand, we do not have a massive amount of bureaucracy, so we can smoothly transfer the investments of our green bonds towards this part of the economy. It is a challenge. I'm optimistic that we finally manage to have a compromise in this respect, but I think it's quite important. I think your remark is quite pertinent. If this investment does not, if this green investment does not reach the small SMEs, the people that the family enterprises, those that they invest, that they are the backbone of the Greek economy, then I think we will not be successful.
Thank you very much for these very valuable thoughts. And now we move to Dr. Yannis Georgis, the president of the Legal Experts Committee of the Greek Just Transition Development Plan, who will present the Greek way to decarbonization as a success law story, integrating the national, regional, as well as the EU governance layers. Let me also add that Mr. Georgis is a very good friend of the Athens Circular Forum. In the version 1, 2 years ago, he was presenting an excellent artistic performance of the Green Project with pictures from green and circular cities all around the world, from Australia and South America to Africa and Europe. And so it's a pleasure to see you now from an institutional perspective, continuing this fight for the green transition.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and thank you all in Sporos and the Athens Circular Forum. It's an honor for me to be here, and I know very well that you, as well as everybody else in the Athens Circular Forum and Sporos, love what you're doing, and I share this love and inspiration, and I would like to elaborate more on how we make this love transferred into action, and one way of doing this is actually law. You are a lawyer as well, and I am also, and we know that instead, of talking about theories and ideas, we're also pragmatic and realistic, and want to see these ideas become reality, not just for the sake of satisfying our whatever optimism and ambitions we have, but it's good for our country and for the world to change the paradigm. And saying this, I would like to tell you that I'm very happy to be here today as a representative of the Greek Steering Committee for the Just Transition Development Plan. I'm president of Legal Experts Committee, and the Just Transition Steering Committee is under the presidency of the ex-minister Kostis Mousouroulis. and it's very important to share what we're doing with all of you. So let's start. Actually, I would like first of all to share what we're doing. Just a second. Right. Right. We have actually established a committee, which is a committee that is very important in implementing the ideas that the Circular Forum and Sporos is very well aware, and it's actually, I'm just trying to share my screen. Right. So this is the Greek way to decarbonization, and we consider it to be a success story. Would like it to continue to be like this. The main goal of Greece has been actually to be in forefront of Europe. Instead of many other European countries who have set a very ambitious target to get rid of all lignite power plants by 2028, with the majority of them to be decommissioned by 2023. Actually, this plan has been changed, putting the full decommission of the lignite plants to 2025. According to what the president of the Public Power Corporation, Mr. Stasis, has been saying recently, the total lignite power plants will be decommissioned by 2025. This is very late news. So we want to actually support the transition of local economies and employment and minimize the social and environmental impact. We have been listening about this violent delignification procedure that Greek government is actually putting pressure on, but this is not the case. Delignification procedure has been ongoing for the last 10 years. This not many people know, but the people who stay in these areas, affected areas, know very well, because most of the workforce has been changing either the region or the country. And it's very important that this plan is very quick and effective. The rest of Europe is lagging behind according to the Greek National Energy Climate Plan targets. We want to have at least 35% of renewables share of final gross consumption by 2030, and to minimize to zero, actually, lignite share to electricity production by that time. And Greece, saying this, is one of the countries mostly actually dependent on lignite production and consumption of electricity that is being produced by lignite, and has local captive mines, and is one of the most dependent per capita countries in Europe on lignite. And of course, the result of this lignification procedure is going to be very heavy on job losses and economies, local economies, and we want to tackle this. Of course, our principles are in line with European ones. So we want to have a focus on labor-intensive industries. That's corresponding to Smarter Europe. We want to leverage innate advantages towards a greener Europe. We want to have a speedy transition towards a more connected Europe, and want to promote social and environmental sustainability towards a more social Europe. And of course, like one of the speakers said earlier, We want to integrate modern technology and promote entrepreneurial spirit towards Europe closer to its citizens. You can see our new Parthenon. I call this Greek master plan, the vision for the next day, like a new Parthenon that is being funded on digital infrastructure, reskilling of human capital, guidance for entrepreneurship and incentives, and land repurposing. And the columns of this new Parthenon is going to be clean energy, smart agricultural production, sustainable tourism, industry and trade, and technology and education. Of course, we want to promote private investment, public investment, and public and private partnerships. We're talking about two main areas, Western Macedonia and Megalopolis. Talking about Western Macedonia, we have a current situation that is being heavily dependent on lignite. We have very limited industrial activity, and actually we have very underutilized perspective of tourist activity and production focused on PDO products. We want to have clean energy by 2028, modern industry, specialized tourist destination, and dynamic crops for exporting products. We talk about 11 major projects that they're going to change totally the affected areas. These are going to be photovoltaic parks, green hydrogen production units, energy storage facilities, field of energy research technology, industrial parks, establishment of waste management, biomass processing center, smart agricultural production, wine tourism, and state-of-the-art physical rehabilitation center. And of course, it's Megalopolis, another very key area in Greece that is very close to Athens, but very heavily affected by lignite production. We have a similar situation in Megalopolis. We want to create a diversified and robust green energy profile. We want to restart industry in competitive sectors. We want to have ideal destination for those looking for adventure in nature. It has an exemplary and excellent nature that needs to be actually discovered. And of course, we want to promote cultivation of exportable products and development of feed and livestock production. We're talking again of photovoltaic parks, pharmaceutical industries, intelligent livestock and animal feed units, original adventure and entertainment education theme parks, and of course other public investments, since we want to create a new public administration center that is very close to Athens. All these plans are going to create more employment than the employment that is going to be lost. So we're talking about new work positions that is going to be there by 2023. We want to be very quickly in implementing this plan. Of course, to make this happen, we want to reskill and upskill the workforce. We want to have skilled farmers, stock breeders. We want to have catering tourism professionals, administrative staff, and horticulturalists, agronomists, and winemakers. We're talking about a new law, many legal acts that they're going to be combined into a new law about just transition development plan. We want to institutionalize incentives. We want to create special urban plans. We want to encourage for project financing, to get land restoration underway, to get public investment, and to establish fast-track licensing processes. We want to have various incentives implemented. And of course, the funding is going to be available to us from the Recovery Resilience Fund, from the Just Transition Fund, for the InvestEU, for the EIB, that is present today, for the ERDF CF, for the ESF Plus, for the EFRD for natural resources and private equity. We want to specialize on our initiatives according to the areas affected. So the funding is going to be targeted in specific areas. And talking about funding and areas is going to be something like this, but I'm not going to talk about this more because I want you to have this and discuss later. So talking about this idea is we want to fully utilize all available sources of funding. So it's very important for us to get the best out of commercial loans, equity, subsidies, loans on favorable terms, and actually mobilize all the funds that we have in our disposal. Talking about this, it's very important that just very recently, a new regulation has passed through European Union, and we have 3 stages of EU Just Transition regulation, which is going to be dependent on 3 territorial plans. This is not going to be only about Western Macedonia, Megalopolis, but it's going to incorporate the Aegean Islands and Crete, because it's not only lignite, it's carbon. We want to get rid of carbon altogether. So we're already through this transition process, and our National Energy and Climate Plan has a very forward-looking strategy. This practically eliminates the share of lignite in electricity by 2028, which is like 2025 now, like I said at the beginning. We want to decommission all lignite plants and close the mines. We want to allocate the lands that are going to be transferred to the Greek state. This is a Greek way to decarbonization. We have very good cooperation with Public Power Corporation, SA, so that this company will transfer most of its lands to the Greek state, who is going to be responsible for actually repurposing these lands. And this is going to be very important for local communities that are going to be mostly affected by this transfer. So we want to prepare legal acts so that procedure will be prompt and effective, and that restoration of areas within the decarbonization zones will start early, this year. Want, of course, to establish incentives, like I said, and attract and implement investments. So a very key role in this procedure is being played by the restoration of areas in these decarbonization zones, and we want to aim towards very fast completion. PPC SA will be an intermediary body to achieve this. Like you see, we have a very forward-looking roadmap, according to which the commissioning of lignite plants is going to be by 2023, allocation of lands, of course, the same time, and the procedure for restoration of areas within the decarbonization zones is going to be completed by 2023, and all the supporting actions are going to be implemented by 2027. Of course, we have lots of challenges that we want to address. We have very, very serious difficulties there, and most important difficulty is to persuade the locals that what we're doing is for the good of all and for public benefit. So we're in very close cooperation, and we have all the legal acts that are now in place being very thorough, circulated, and we have public consultation ongoing. But apart from this, you have established very strong leadership. So we have governance that has been actually based on this partnership agreements scheme. We have monitoring and evaluation indicators. And of course, we have coordination and legislation bodies. To give you an idea of how the Greek way to decarbonization is set, is under the government committee. which is related to the steering committee, which the president is ex-minister Kostas Moussouroulis. And around this, all the committees are organized. To tell you that it's very important that this transition plan is going to be a new plan that is going to be implemented, and it's going to be a new program, a JTP program from 2021 to 2027 with its own funds. So another Greek best practice is that we're going to have a subsidiary of Egnatia Odos, who is going to be the beneficiary of the work. So we want to make all the best use of the means that we have in our disposal. Just to give you a very quick look of how the situation is today, what you're seeing is these three, like I say, deserts, black deserts. We want to create new tourist destinations in these black deserts. So the amindeo lignite area is going to look like this very soon, we hope. We have a very big recreation area, photovoltaic parks, enterprise zones with cutting-edge technologies enterprises. We want to have lakes, rural zones, forests, agroforests, and this is going to be Ptolemaida and Megalopolis. And actually, talking about this procedure, it comes into my mind what I saw in South Africa in the procedure of this green project that Alexander just mentioned. We visited Johannesburg. That was an area in Soweto, as you very well know, was an area populated by blacks, and actually this area was the base of a big lignite power plant, and the power is being transferred to the area that is populated by the whites. So the first thing that Mandela did when he came into power is to decommission this plant to give a clear signal that things have changed. So we want Greece to be a clean country throughout the mainland and the islands, and we want the declassification process to be a signal, a symbol of energy democracy. And everybody is equal, and we don't want to have any Sovetos in Greece. We want to have green islands and green mainland, and this is our vision, and we're here to make it happen. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you, Alexander, in person.
Thank you very much, dear Yannis. I am particularly glad as a lawyer that you're joining us today presenting a success law story. We were not used in that kind of stories, and during the years of the financial crisis, we've seen many times the institutions and the investors complaining that the legal framework is a major obstacle for Greece. So I would like to ask you, which is the key ingredients for such a success law story? And how do you put into the whole equation the deliberation with the local communities, especially taking into account that they've seen huge changes in the everyday life affecting also their current employment?
Thank you very much, Alexander. As you know, as an excellent attorney at law as well, laws can be only texts if they are not implemented correctly. And of course, we know very well that in Greece we have a very big problem with implementation. In order to avoid this problem, we want to create the best possible legal acts. And if somebody wants to do this, it needs to create sustainable alliances. And we do have at the moment a very good partnership with locals in the affected areas. We have a very close cooperation, and we have established a channel of every day, I would say, exchange of ideas and proposals and suggestions. And also the key enabler in this procedure would be a very close cooperation that we have with Public Power Corporation SA. This is creating a new standard of cooperation between the public and the private sector. And it's important because it's a win-win situation. You know very well that Public Power Corporation now sees very clearly that keeping lignite doesn't make any economic sense because lignite becomes more and more expensive. So it's good for the PPC SA to get these plants decommissioned. And of course, it's good for the public, for the general public, to have all these huge areas. We're talking about 240 square kilometers that are going to be used for new land uses and given to the public. So we're talking about, you know, how big idea was this story with Elliniko. We're talking about many, many times larger than that. This project is the biggest ever been implemented in Greece, and we're very dedicated to it. We believe in it. And the way to do it is, of course, by creating a good and effective laws. And the only way to do this is to work together with the local communities to have very long-term and everyday consultation. And of course, to get the good allies, like I said. And of course, EIB is one of very good allies to this effort. And we're very thankful for that. And we want to make the best use of all the means that we have in our disposal. We believe in synthesis. And this is important that in this case, we do have all the power behind us towards achieving this end. And of course, I believe in your cooperation as an organization and as a forum and as a person. And we're very glad that we are here today.
Thank you very much, dear Yannis. It's interesting to see how the legal framework from an Achilles heel can be transformed into a competitive advantage. And if I may add, we hold the view that circular economy can be a broad umbrella under which the key priorities, the key 5 sectors of the just transition mechanism can fit and be interlinked in a holistic way. Let's move now to a quick Q&A discussion. The floor is open to all participants, of course, and I'd like to start with a striking figure. Based on the study that was previously presented by Kappa Research, 8 out of 10 Greek SMEs, especially in the manufacturing industry, have not invested in R&D in the past 3 years. The reason for that is not just the lack of financing options, but mostly the lack of knowledge and expertise. So I'd like to ask you how important is filling this gap of knowledge and expertise in order to materialize the transition for the real economy?
Who are you asking, Alex?
I think you can take the floor in any sequence that you would like and make a short intervention.
Okay, let me quickly
Women
say,
first.
Always. Let me quickly say that R&D is crucial. The transition cannot happen without the technology. At the moment, we have the technology, we have the money, and it seems that we have the political will to mobilize the transition. However, there are sectors where R&D is still needed. In the country, we have quite a lot of R&D in the universities and research institutions. My team alone manages R&D of more than 50 million. And there are many successful teams that attract international money, not national money. However, what does not exist, and we have identified this in the Pistaridis report, and we always talk about this in the Climate Change Committee at the Ministry of Energy and Environment, there is no connection of R&D with the market, with the industries. There is slow uptake of R&D departments in the big, let's say, industrial companies in the country, and there is very low research commercialization happening within the country. So it is crucial to invest money in research commercialization, but also in capacity support, in capacity building with regards to transforming research results into patents and patents into commercialization, and then deploying these new technologies at critical masses in order to be adopted by the industry, by the producers, and by the consumers. So there is huge work to be done on this capacity building with regards to absorbing research and innovation that is being developed within the country.
If I
Any
may,
other comment on that?
If I may add to this, unfortunately in Greece, we have for many years now, we have developed a mentality on doing academic research for the sake of research. And the majority of research is, although it's useful for publication, etc., has really no connection with reality and so on and so forth. Of course, there is a lot of valuable research in the technological centers and the universities, and as Professor Koudouri said, has to go out to the market, and that's the big bet. For this purpose, the government is moving towards two directions. The first, which is purely fiscal, is to give incentives to companies to do research within their organization by giving tax incentives, etc. And the second way is by financing technology transfer in order for research to get out of the research institutions and be commercialized and let's say be standalone and successful companies per se. We have developed, again, a financial instrument within the Hellenic Development Bank for investments, which is to finance technology transfer funds, which they will take very few projects, but those projects that they have a commercial advantage, and they may turn into big successful companies. Thank you.
Great contribution. Any other comment on that?
Yeah, if I may come into the discussion, I think from the EIB side, we have been consistently now for years supporting research in Greece, financing both basic research through the establishment of ELIDEC, which has been a very successful institution in Greece. We see a massive implementation of a variety of projects, and I think there's consensus in the academic community. There was a successful reform for the research sector. We are prepared now where we finance also a number of research centers where we saw capacity also for innovation and linking this research with startups and new commercial ideas. I will mention Democritus, for example, or the National Observatory of Ethnic Osteroskopio for space observation, and also oceanographic research for the Mediterranean Sea. And we are now in the process of evaluating a new set of proposals, another 6 proposals to finance public research, which again, I believe is quite important. Once again, I feel that Greece needs strong institutions to be able to ensure continuity on whatever is happening and to outlive the life of a minister of a government. With respect to the private sector, we are also give priority to projects that research and innovation is part of these projects, and also we have demonstrated our capacity to take risk in many of these cases, and cooperating with the ministry for the establishment of financial instruments that Minister Tsakiris mentioned previously. I would like to caution a little bit with respect to incentives and grants very often provided by governments to these endeavors. My feeling is that for the private sector in general to invest, of course, grants, they are welcome, but it's not really what makes the difference. It's more the institutional stability, the predictability, the long-term reassurance that the government can offer through the institutions that can persuade them to stay in the country, and for the big companies, for foreign direct investment to come in the country and do their research in the country. Otherwise, through the incentives, what will happen is that they will have more a short-term look. They will grab the incentives, they will look towards a short-term profitability to make as much money as possible in the next 2, 3, 4 years, because beyond that there is uncertainty, and of course to look for a very high short-term return, which is not what we would like, I think, ideally to promote. We want to promote reasonable profitability with a duration for the Greek economy.
Thank you very much. One last question.
Yes,
yes, of course, Yanni. If you want to reflect as well.
I could not agree more with all the others that commented before me. Of course, our plan is to establish what has been said, like very secure and long-term institutions that will enable a secure environment for investment. We want to have a long-term, although we put a lot of our efforts to make it happen very, very quickly, but we want to give a long-term perspective and secure investment environment to everybody actually interested. We have created a special task force in the enterprise Greece, and of course we want to be very like I say, attractive destination for foreign investment as well. We have made very serious plans in emblematic investments, creating research center for technology, cutting-edge technology and industry. And I have to say that we have already created a very secure and very stable cooperation with the big universities of the area. We have very close cooperation with the University of Western Macedonia and University of Peloponnese. And of course, we want to encourage other university institutions to come to us and work with us. We believe in cooperation, and we have proved that by already enacting this new law 4759 by 2020, according to which the article 155 and 156, we're going to create this framework contract with PPC, And we want to encourage creating this framework contract with other establishments, with other institutions. And we want to give this secure environment to all the research that we believe that it needs to be created in the area. Because like I said, these areas are very deprived of research, are very deprived of education, and nothing could happen without reskilling, upskilling. Nothing could happen without the cooperation of education institutions and research institutions. And we're here to get proposals. We have already established a committee that we're going to receive ideas and proposals regarding this just transition development plan. And we're here, and we're very eager to receive proposals, and I can assure you that we take all the ideas very seriously. So that's an open call to whoever is interested to join us in our effort to be successful.
Thank you very much. One last question for today. We have 6 more minutes. Getting back to evidence presented by Mr. Gerasmos Routzounis as a second speaker of the conference, we've seen that the younger generation is way more engaged in circular economy consumption behavior. Young people value more products that are durable, recyclable, and repairable. And as an example, they are ready to pay 60% more for a product taking these priorities. So I'd like to ask you, in the context that young people value more durability of products rather than the producing companies' CSR reputation, which are the fundamental changes you see in the corporate world as well as in the political decision-making? And to a broader extent, can the Greek citizens and the younger generation become winners, and how the green transition and the Greek Recovery Fund is going to play a pivotal role on that? Thank you.
So since ladies are always first, may I go? Yeah. Okay, Alex. So the technology side is the supply side. The behavior is the demand side. In order to have a successful transition, you need to manage an equilibrium over time and space of both the supply and the demand side. So it is crucial that behavior and behavior economics, I will say, have a central role in the transition, because it is the awareness and understanding of the needs and profitability of the sustainability transition that will mobilize the change in preferences and attitudes and investment decisions. So the demand side can be incentivized towards the right direction through awareness, information, education, but also fiscal policies and general regulations and incentivizing policies. And at the same time, you need to be aware that you need to keep the pace of convergence between demand and supply similar. And this is something that becomes very obvious if you work in big impact assessment models, the models that we use in the IPCC reports. So you need the technological pathways to have a consistent pace with the socioeconomic pathways that are gonna structure demand. And this is doable, and there is a lot of work on behavioral research. We ran a national experimental center with virtual reality that tries to understand behavior and tries to document ways that can incentivize behaviors towards the right direction. And this is not just for the consumers, it is also for the producers, the investors, and the entrepreneurs. And in closing, I just want to say something about the previous discussion. The transition is very science hectic. It needs to be science-driven and innovation-driven, and it would be excellent if policymaking really dives into the existing results of research within the country and at the European and international level, and derives the results that are useful and commercializes those at a fast pace, because we need to make the transition fast. We don't have enough time. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, I'm already late in a meeting, so I cannot answer this question. I need to leave immediately. I would like to thank you for the invitation and wish you every success in this type of initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsakiris, and thank you all for presenting concrete cases and leading by example, because this is really important, especially in strategic discussions like the one we have today. So any other reflection after Professor Koudouris' initial thoughts?
Maybe my last my last comment, and then I will also have to go. But again, also like the minister, I would like to thank you for the initiative and the invitation. Just to mention, maybe to emphasize what I mentioned earlier, that we witness a crazy amount of money towards innovation for new technologies with respect to climate innovation. Either this is energy, this is materials for energy efficiency, or this is carbon capture and sequestration. So a crazy amount. It is what we see in feasibility studies from time to time really surprise us. Some things they look science fiction. And this convinced us that although, okay, 9 out of 10 times maybe such technologies are more wishful thinking of scientists, we do feel that some of these proposals will be successful. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that, you know, only 1 out of 10 will be successful. In most cases, 10 out of 10 will be successful, but will not be economically viable. The technology will work, but will not make at this point of time economic sense to be implemented at a larger scale. But the 1 out of 10 cases that will work in the end, they will create a technology disruption. I think in 10 years' time, the picture of technology that we have currently with respect to energy, with respect to how we deal with climate technologies, will be radically different. And that will create disruption, and that will create winners and losers that I mentioned. I don't think, frankly, and I don't know if I will be very harsh, I think policy does not matter very much, because companies, they have already took the leadership. They don't wait for the politicians to, you know, of course there are incentives, but you know, the big companies and big financial firms, they already take huge bets. They do not wait, I think, there for the policymakers. I think the policymakers, instead of focusing how to give a boost to technology that normally they're not very good in picking winners and losers, what they have to focus is on making sure that there is a network of protection for the losers, so that we do not see inequalities in our society increase even further. I think this is quite important. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaltsas.
I want to add to what very interesting has been said already, that we believe in win-win situations. We don't believe that even with all these problems that new technology is creating, that we should or we just lay back and wait to have winners and losers. We've been trying so hard to make this happen because, like I said, we have established very good cooperation both with local communities and big private companies. And I don't think that all this transition could ever be happening if you don't have local communities by your side. So we've put a lot of effort in creating these very strong ties with local communities and listening to the problems. And it's very important to stress that nothing makes any sense in doing if it's not for the new generation. It's very important to get done with it and actually have some concrete results, mainly because I was very happy to see in that research that Mr. Junis talked about, that young people are very much behind this idea of cyclical economy, of holistic way of developing and sustainability and all these new ideas. And this gives us lots of courage and persuades us that we're doing the right thing. And of course, by incorporating the ideas and actually making the new age part of this procedure is very important, that we have all synthesis, like I said in the beginning, and in this way laws can be successful, and us lawyers and legislators can be happy that we have put our little contribution in achieving this transition. So I can assure you that we are here to listen, and we're here to listen to problems and solve the problems, not just recreate the whole bad situation that we have encountered so far. So I just want to say a big thank you, and I just want to extend an invitation to join us in this big experiment. And by this, I'm sure that it's going to be successful. So I want most than anybody else, the young people to join forces and make this just transition reality. That's for the good of all of us.
Alex, may I say something? Just continuing with what Mr. Georgis said, it is crucial to speak like he did. What we need is for all the stakeholders, everybody, the politicians, the policymakers, the businesses, the financial institutions, the NGOs, the civil society, the young, everybody, to feel co-designers of this transition, to feel that they co-own, to feel owners of the pathways of the transition. So it's important for the design to be inclusive and collective. And this is exactly in the spirit of the previous speakers. Thank you for having us here, and thank you for your great work, Alex.
Thank you all very much for joining us in this meaningful and exciting, allow me to say, discussion. Personally, I got a feeling of realistic optimism. I'm even more persuaded about the value of synergies and the transformative power of specific and concrete examples. These examples can actually be the turning point for this shift of paradigm that we need for the green transition that we fight for. And since all of us three are strongly affiliated with the London School of Economics, allow me to close with the words of George Bernard Shaw, who said that those who say it can't be done should not interrupt those who are doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you are one of the ones who are doing it, and you're doing it very well. And we are very happy that we are your friends, and we are here, Alexander, to keep on working.
Thanks.
Again, thank you all for the very interesting discussion. Next on our agenda is a keynote speech of the Governor of the Bank of Greece, Professor Yannis Tournaras. The Bank of Greece is one of the first central banks in the globe, putting climate change at the top of the agenda, setting up the Interdisciplinary Committee on Climate Change Impact Assessment, and exerting international leadership towards sustainable finance and climate resilience. Governor Tournaras is here today to present all these flagship initiatives, laying emphasis on the significant role that the banking system has to play in promoting the necessary financial tools for a sustainable recovery. Exceptionally honored to welcome you, Governor Tournaras.
Well, it is a great pleasure to be here with you today and have the opportunity to share my thoughts on climate neutrality, circularity, and sustainable finance. Economic growth has come at a growing cost to the environment. It is telling that humanity's demand for ecological resources and services in a given year exceeds what Earth can regenerate in that year. And in fact, we need more than 1.5 planets to support our current consumption patterns. Sustainability is therefore highly relevant for our generation, as well as for generations to come, and redefining the concept of growth in a sustainability context will be crucial for our future path. Under conditions of depletion of natural resources worldwide, a focus on more efficient use and minimization of waste emerges as the only and urgent option. The model of a linear economy prevailing today, that is sourcing, manufacturing, usage, and disposal, on which most economies since the Industrial Revolution have relied, is no longer sustainable. Just like nature, which operates in a circular manner, business activities can become sustainable by switching from the linear model to a circular one. Circular economy means that the value of products, materials, and resources is maintained in the economy for as long as possible and waste generation is minimized. In changing the current extractive industrial model, the circular economy model aims to redefine growth and provide society-wide benefits by decoupling economic activity from the consumption of finite resources, by transitioning to renewable energy sources, and by reducing the negative impacts of the linear economy. The development of circular business models will require innovation and structural change of production and consumption systems alongside technological change. For example, interventions on the supply side, such as eco-design and longer life cycle of products, as well as on the demand side, through a change in consumption and dietary patterns and a more efficient management of waste. This transition is expected to have a positive effect as the circular model builds economic, natural, and social capital and represents a systemic shift that builds long-term resilience by generating business and economic opportunities with environmental and societal benefits. According to UNEP, the transition to a circular economy could generate $4.5 trillion in annual economic output by 2030. Financial institutions have a critical role to play, scaling up financing, accelerating the shift towards circular business models, managing related risks and exploring opportunities, such as the redesign and manufacturing process of products and services, digital solutions, waste management models, etc. At the moment, though, financial institutions lack awareness of circularity and still need to develop expertise, products, and services to harness opportunities. Of course, there is also an important role for governments and policymakers that need to provide incentives, policies, and frameworks in order to integrate circularity into financial products and services alongside current planning for the transition to a carbon neutral economy. There is no question that climate change is today one of the most pressing sustainability challenges we're currently facing. In this context, the process of addressing climate change can undoubtedly be accelerated if established growth models are adjusted in order to ensure long-term sustainability. It is therefore important in tackling climate change to plan for a double transition to a carbon neutral and also a circular economy. In this double transition, there are indeed certain risks. For example, transition risks as assets may become stranded or business that may incur costs and disruptions. Yet a careful and timely transition will also open up opportunities associated with innovation and new technologies, circular and renewable energy products, new processes, new infrastructure, as well as new jobs. Although methodologies for calculating climate-related risks are still being developed, estimates suggest that the impact of these risks is likely to be significant. For example, the ECB has estimated that on average 15% of significant institutions' exposures are to the most carbon-intensive firms, and an abrupt transition to a low-carbon economy could have severe impact on climate-sensitive economic sectors. Regarding fiscal risks, around 30% of the credit exposures of euro area banks are to businesses with high or increasing exposure to at least one source of fiscal risk. In this context, central banks and supervisors are progressively looking into playing an active role in the debate and working with banks to prepare for and manage climate risks. Indeed, as part of the strategy review of the ECB is already exploring ways of taking the risk of climate change into account. It is clear, however, that since climate change poses risks to price stability, central banks could, within the traditional mandate, advance their efforts to support the transition to a sustainable economy as well as a resilient future. Central banks can help by considering how the physical and transitional impact of climate change can be included in macroeconomic forecasting and financial stability monitoring. Also, central banks can help by integrating climate-related risks into prudential supervision, engaging with financial firms to ensure that climate-related risks are understood and integrated in risk management and investment. And of course, central banks can help by including sustainability factors into own portfolio management. Indeed, climate and sustainability have always been high on our agenda, and I personally have been addressing those issues on every occasion. It is telling that the Bank of Greece, the ECB, and the Bank of England have been named the 3 most vocal central banks worldwide. Also, recognizing the significant climate and environmental risks that the financial system is facing, we set up in 2009 an interdisciplinary committee of scientists, the Climate Change Impact Study Committee, a work group dedicated to the study of climate change in Greece. In tackling the climate crisis, the financial and the insurance sectors have an important role supporting a sustainable economy and a more inclusive growth. Financial institutions can be drivers of change, mobilizing capital towards investment that supports society's goals. Sustainable finance can help by aiming to integrate environmental, social and governance criteria into business and investment decision-making. In the context of climate action, sustainable finance should also aim to mobilize capital towards investment for mitigation and adaptation policies. If we are to meet the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations and the objectives of the Paris Agreement, the financial sector needs to maximize its contribution and align itself with these goals. To this effect, the Bank of Greece is the first central bank worldwide to endorse the responsible banking principles of the United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative, the UNEP-FI. The principles for responsible banking aim to define the role and the responsibilities of the banking sector in a sustainable future, where banks align their business practices with the global community goals and create value for the society. The principles set out the criteria for responsible and sustainable banking through a holistic evaluation of risks and opportunities stemming from banks' activities. Furthermore, they encourage banks to identify and assess the effect of their asset allocation decisions and be transparent on their positive but also their negative impact on society and the environment. The Bank of Greece is also a member of the Central Banks and Regulators Network for Greening the Financial System, NGFS. The NGFS is a global organization currently consisting of more than 100 members and observers committed to working together to improve the analysis and management of climate-related and environmental risks. The common objective is the strengthening of the global response required to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement and the enhancement of the role of the financial system in managing risks and mobilizing capital for an environmentally sustainable development. At this point, I would also like to stress out the importance of resilience. Towards a sustainable and resilient future, scientific research and current developments confirm the need for a strategy and an action plan spanning across multiple economic, social, and environmental policy areas to adapt to the changing climate. Climate change adaptation as a process of adjusting to the climate impact in order to moderate the negative and enhance the potential positive effects of climate change is a crucial issue that promotes the resilience of our societies. On fostering climate change adaptation, we are currently working under the coordination of the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy and alongside key national actors on the LIFE IP Adapt in GR, a program that aims to guide the implementation of the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy with the overarching objective to strengthen Greece's resilience to the impact of climate change. The world today has an opportunity to build back better by embracing a greener pathway to COVID-19 recovery. One key structural change is to achieve this by adopting circular economy approaches. To the question, are we building back better? The answer is not yet. Over the next months and possibly years, it is estimated that countries will invest over $20 trillion US dollars to recover from the fallout of COVID-19. These financial and investment decisions will determine to a great extent the future of our societies and our ability to respond to the environmental challenges that the world is already facing today. The pandemic recovery presents an excellent opportunity to reboot the economy, rethink, reskill, and redesign a more inclusive, sustainable, circular, and carbon neutral development pathway aligned with the UN agenda, the SDGs, and the Paris Agreement. This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stournaras. Allow me to say that your personal contribution and the support of the Bank of Greece is fundamental for the success of the second Athens Circular Forum, and we want you to thank you warmly for that. One quick question from our side. In your keynote speech, you focused a lot on the concept of risk. We see oftenly that the financial system is internationally accused for underestimating business as usual or linear risks and overestimating the circular and green transition risks. At the same time, we've seen that the World Economic Forum for one more year highlights the environmental risks as existential and catastrophic for humanity, ranking them in the first 5 places internationally. In that context, we would like to ask you how the Greek financial system can be better placed and equipped in order to evaluate the business as usual risks as well as the circular economy opportunities, and how this actually evolves and interacts with the ongoing developments on the EU taxonomy and the key initiatives of the Bank of Greece, like the ones we described before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, there are many questions to be answered here. First of all, there's no question that the main burden falls on governments rather than banks and central banks. Fall on governments through their taxation policy, subsidization policy, and investment. But also central banks and banks have a role to play. This is a Herculean task, and nobody can stay neutral or can stay distant. So central banks also, as I said in my speech, the ECB will have climate change as part of its strategy review. In my view, climate change affects the goal of price stability. It affects the real economy. So it ought to be taken into account into the reaction function of the central banks and the ECB. And also we should use our instruments towards this goal. I mean, and what are the instruments? The instruments are the assets we own, our own portfolio, gradually the monetary policy portfolio, and of course, our acts as supervisors of the financial system. So, of course, there's a long way yet to go. We cannot use these instruments unless there is a clear taxonomy in order to avoid greenwashing. So we expect the European Commission to give us clear guidelines and a clear taxonomy regarding risks and measures. But definitely, you're absolutely right. There is a role for central banks and banks to mitigate risks and to contribute to the circular economy. As you know also, the NGEU, the Recovery Fund, devotes more than 30% of its resources to climatic change and to energy transition. Greece is a recipient, is actually one of the, perhaps if not in terms of GDP, the biggest recipient of these grants and loans. So we have a huge opportunity, along with absorbing these funds to enhance our economy, also to help the transition to a greener economy and to a safer environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stournaras, for sharing with us these valuable thoughts. And now we are ready to move to the panel on the green and responsible investments. Luciana, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandros. So, our next panel discussion on green financing will be moderated by Mr. George Kremlis, Principal Advisor of the Greek Prime Minister on Energy, Climate and Circular Economy. We are also delighted to have 4 distinguished speakers joining us. Professor Yannis Maniatis, former Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change, will open the debate, analyzing the geopolitics of climate neutrality as a historic opportunity for Greece. Ms. Theodora Donakaki, coordinator of the Bank of Greece Climate Change Committee, will focus on the NGFS role on the greening of financial system and the need for climate adaptation. Next, Mr. Dimitrios Koufos, EBRD Director of Energy Efficiency and Climate Change, will present their initiatives in boosting climate resilience in the area of the EU taxonomy and ESG investments, while Mr. Esa Farmaki, partner and co-founder of Astarte Capital Partners LLP, will showcase how reforestation can play a transformative role towards a net zero economy. Finally, Mr. Andrei Jaka, partner and co-founder of Sporos Platform, will present the Sporos approach to empowering the circular transition in SMEs. Good evening to everyone. Mr. Kremlis, on you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure and a privilege to moderate this important panel with distinguished speakers on a theme which is very high on the international, European, and Greek agenda, the green and responsible investments. Governor Stornaras had referred to the responsible banking principles. Here we are talking about responsible investments, which in reality are circular investments that will be supported by green financing according to the taxonomy regulation of the European Union. This is the panel few days before the Environment Day that we are all celebrating, reminding that this should not be one out of the 365 days. Environment Day should be every day, as we all need to behave in an environmentally sound and responsible manner to protect our planet, which is threatened because of climate change and environmental degradation. This panel is important as it combines the financial dimension, the greening, the the responsible investments, but also the public procurement. Greening the public procurement is extremely important in the context of circular economy. And of course, it is very important through this panel to highlight deal and the climate law, and also refer to the upcoming COP26, which will be extremely important for our planet, as the forceful coming back of the United States will give a new drive and will higher our level of ambition. And of course, our level of ambition of the European Union and of Greece, but also of the United States and of the United Kingdom, that is the host country, will be net zero emissions. With these few words, I would like to kindly ask the speakers that have already been introduced, but I will introduce them also on my turn, not to exceed 8 minutes, as we would like to have afterwards an interactive discussion among the panelists, but also with the public. And therefore, without ado, I would like to give the floor to Professor Yannis Maniatis, former Minister of Environment, Climate and Energy, to speak about an important theme, to present an important theme, the geopolitics of green investments and climate neutrality as a historic opportunity for Greece. Professor, you have the floor. Please unmute. Your microphone is muted. Please unmute.
Okay.
Thank you.
I suppose now we are okay. Thank you very much, George, for the introduction. I want also to thank the organizers, Sporos, and all the organizers about this very interesting meeting. We are discussing about the green and the responsible investments. I want to start with some comments. For example, the implementation of the Green Deal requires the full cooperation of public and private sector, the active participation of the citizens, as well as the complete reorganization and re-engineering of the wider public sector in central, state, and regional and local governments. Particular attention should be paid to issues of climate justice and climate democracy, as well as to issues of combating energy poverty and digital lag, which are expected to affect large social classes. At the same time, the national strategy should be aimed at the wider geostrategic upgrade of the country in the context of the new energy and geo-economic balances in Eastern Mediterranean and Southeastern Europe. So I would like to refer to 3 points of general economic and political interest. My first point is the Recovery and Resilience Facility. The Greek Recovery and Resilience Plan aligns its actions with the well-known structural and long-term needs of the Greek economy towards a more resilient, fair, inclusive, and finally sustainable development model. But it needs more mention on circular economy and coastal areas, as well as on issues related to weather phenomena like wildfires and floods. The Green Pillar, which is about 6 billion euros, includes, among others, measures to improve energy efficiency in residential, public, and professional buildings, extended participation of renewables in the energy mix, an electric vehicle charging network, priority in electric connectivity of islands, and the implementation of smart systems and grids in energy consumption. The ultimate goal of the investments of a total 60 billion euros, including the private participation, is to transform the national economy into an endogenous circular economy with extroverted and innovative production of internationally competitive products and creation of new jobs. Now, according to a recent survey, in order to achieve the pan-European goal of climate neutrality by 2050, a total of about 300 billion euros in the coming 30 years, or 10 billion euros per year, will be required for Greece. According to current forecasts and findings, 140 billion euros are expected in buildings, energy savings, and transportation, and another about 50 billion euros for renewable energy sources and networks. So as a result, there is a deficit of over 100 billion euros for the next 30 years, a phenomenon that occurs in all European countries, and as such, it needs a pan-European answer. My second point is the net zero economies by 2050. According to the International Energy Agency, we need selected efforts in the next decade to achieve net zero by 2050. Global energy demand in 2050 will be around 8% smaller than today, but it will serve an economy more than twice as big and a population with 2 billion more people. The transition to net zero brings substantial new opportunities for employment, with 14 million new jobs created by 2030. Spending on more efficient appliances, electric and fuel cell vehicles, and building retrofits and energy efficient construction will require a further 16 million workers. So totally, energy transition, globally talking, will create about 30 million new jobs. But these jobs and opportunities are often in different locations, skill sets and sectors than the around 5 million jobs that will be lost in fossil fuel sectors, meaning structural changes can cause shocks for communities with impacts that persist over time. On the other side, in many consuming countries, taxes on diesel, gasoline, and other fossil fuel consumption are an important source of public revenues, providing as much as 10% in some cases, in some countries. In the net zero pathway, tax revenue from oil and gas retail sales falls by about 40% between 2020 and 2030. Managing this decline will require long-term fiscal planning and budget reforms. Now, coming back to the European target of carbon neutrality by 2050, one important energy issue is heating and cooling, which is 3 times bigger than power, consuming 51% of the total final energy consumption. Heating and cooling has at least 3 basic characteristics. One, it's a renewable technology that mostly promotes energy democracy, is fully decentralized, tackles energy poverty, is compared in cost with natural gas, is by 90% based on European technology materials, and can save 100 to 200 billion euros from fossil fuel inputs. The second characteristic is that it is a European-driven renewable technology that, with a cost of about 1,000 euros, saves the same amount of CO2 with the CO2 saving of an electric car that costs around 30,000 euros. And its third characteristic is that in Greece, it's a strong renewable energy industry that employs more than 3,500 employees in 22 small and medium enterprises and exports more than 60% of its production to USA, China, Japan, Gulf, etc. So Europe has a moral and economic duty to take action in adopting a renewable heating and cooling strategy package in all national energy and climate plans in order to ensure that 50% of the total heating and cooling consumption by 2030 comes from solar heating, heating pumps, geothermal energy, and renewable district heating systems. This should deliver 300,000 new skilled jobs in Europe. My third point is geopolitics and the European Green Deal. By 2040, according to the International Energy Agency, the demand for clean energy technologies will require 6 or even 7 times the current amount of graphite, copper, lithium, cobalt, and other critical minerals. This creates new energy security concerns, including price volatility and additional costs for transitions if supply cannot keep up with increasing demand. Totally, we will need increase of low carbon hydrogen from 0.4 million tons today to 40 million tons in 2030. Increase of electric cars sold from 2.5 million today to 50 million in 2030. Increase of clean electricity investments from $380 billion today to $1.6 trillion in 2030. So coming back to Europe, Europe needs to manage these new security and dependency risks arising from imports from third countries of raw materials and metals necessary for green and digital infrastructure. At the same time, the European Union has to formulate a complete strategic plan of both alternative supplies and avoidance of over-dependence from countries such as China. EU must also support the diversification of the economies of its traditional suppliers of polluting energy fuels, such as Algeria or Morocco and others, in the direction of renewable sources and hydrogen for export to Europe. The annual per capita income from oil and natural gas in producer economies falls in 2050 by about 75%, which could have knock-on societal effects. Structural reforms and new sources of revenue are needed, even though these are unlikely to compensate fully for the drop in oil and gas income. In any case, the expertise of the oil and natural gas industry fits well with technologies such as hydrogen, carbon capture usage and storage, and offshore wind that are needed to tackle emissions in sectors where reductions are likely to be most challenges. The provision of loans, and I'm coming to the words of the governor of the Central Bank of Greece. So the provision of loans, guarantees, and grants for green energy and digital transformation programs by international financial institutions like IMF, World Bank, central banks, the development and reconstruction banks, etc. So the provision of these loans in these countries must be fully supported by the European Union. Otherwise, and I'm finishing, instead of a smooth, democratic, and fair digital and energy transition, there will be an uncontrollable course which will increase inequalities with consequent waves of migration, social unrest, and civil wars. Thank you very much for your attention. These were my comments.
Thank you very much, Professor Magnatis. You have touched upon a big spectrum of important issues, providing data and figures. Some of them are very challenging. And of course, the challenge for carbon neutrality is a very big one for the European Union and for our country. Although, as you have correctly pointed out, our level of ambition is very high. Our National Plan for Energy and Climate is one of the most ambitious one. It will be updated in the light of the adoption of the new targets of the climate law of the European Union, which will be very soon formally adopted, and which will be followed by a national ambitious climate law that our country will adopt with additional targets and a broader spectrum covering also issues that need to be developed at the level of the civil society, the municipalities, and taking, of course, on board the just transition, as we have 5 municipalities and the islands which need the first ones to phase out from lignite, and the islands to become in an energy transition green islands, as they should not use any more mazout for their energy needs. You have referred correctly to the hydrogen, to the development of renewables, to geothermy. These are priorities. I would like to add the tide as well, the energy from the waves, from the sea, and which can be extremely important in our country. And I would like also to say that offshore wind farms are important, but in Greece we have the privilege to have a lot of small islands which can be developed as renewables hubs and connected with other islands. This is an opportunity, a unique opportunity that we need to seize. In Denmark, for instance, they are building artificial islands which have a high, let's say...
we have a natural islands.
Yes, we have our national land, so let's exploit them. We have sun, we have wind, we have water, we can produce hydrogen, tide, etc. So without ado, as you have touched upon a lot of important issues which will lead to an interesting discussion, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Madam Theodora Andonakaki, who is the coordinator of the Bank of Greece Climate Change Committee. We had the privilege to hear an inspired speech from Governor Stournaras. She will give us more information on the network for greening the financing system that she's driving. And without ado, I would like to give her the floor in relation to this network and to climate adaptation.
Thank you, Mr. Kremlis. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. It's a wonderful panel. I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss about at the Q&A session. At this stage, I would like to share my screen and walk you through some thoughts on the NGFS and the role of climate change adaptation, especially for a country like Greece. So I guess by now you can all see my screen. Climate change, a well-known issue by now. Here we see Show Your Stripes, a project showing the advancement, the increase in global average temperature for the last centuries. We all know by now that climate change is a global risk. We've seen how during the past decade, the global risks landscape is progressively turning green. For this year alone, 4 out of 7 top risks are related to climate change: extreme weather events, human environmental damage, biodiversity loss, and climate action failure. Even infectious disease, we know and we have seen how it is already related with COVID and how the deforestation relates to issues that have been addressed alongside COVID research. So how does the economy and climate work together? The economy produces emissions. Every anthropogenic activity produces emissions. These emissions form the anthropogenic climate change phenomenon. And this phenomenon occurs costs to the economy. And this gives us the cycle of how they are both interlinked. And of course, we expect this to have a huge impact on GDP. We've seen researchers and scientists making estimations based on different climate change scenarios for different countries, and we can generally agree that the impact is going to be significant. So indeed, climate change is a systemic risk factor for the economy and the financial sector. There we identify 2 main types of risk: the transition risk, relating to environmental regulation that affect carbon-intensive businesses, other technologies that may become redundant, and the physical risk that relates to direct effects of extreme weather events and indirect effects that can follow from resource scarcity. Yet, as every crisis is also an opportunity, the implementation of climate policies can be seen as an opportunity, and I'm sure this will be part of the discussion here today. So central banks and supervisors have progressively started working on climate change issues. In 2017, at the One Planet Summit in Paris, they formed the Coalition of the Willing. It was first 8 central banks and supervisors that established the network, and by today, this network has grown to more than 100 members and observers. As I already mentioned, it's a coalition of the willing, a voluntary network, of course, consensus-based, in order to advance the monitoring of the climate risk, produce recommendations and reports, and provide guidance on how central banks and supervisors can tackle the issue of climate change. By now, many important institutions are part of this network. Apart from central banks from all over the world, we do have other important institutions taking part in the discussion: the EIB, the EBRD, EBA, ECB. Of course, you can see Bank of Greece there as well, the World Bank, the OECD. So you can imagine that everyone who is an important part of the financial sector system is part of the NGFS and actually following all the discussion that has been going on there for the past 4 years. Now, the NGFS has a certain structure in order to work on climate change. We're working in 5 different work streams. One is on microprudential and supervision, another one on microfinancial, a third one on scaling up green finance and exactly what we can do about investment policies. The fourth one, which is very important work stream that was set up this year, it's bridging the data gaps, because as you've all seen, we are still lacking definitions, standards, coherent information on how to address climate change. This is what the governor talked about, the need to have a taxonomy, the EU taxonomy implemented, and a right taxonomy, so as to avoid greenwashing, but also to make sure that everyone is feels trust on this taxonomy, that the taxonomy itself is not greenwashing anything. And of course, a fifth work stream on research, which is very important to advance, to base our efforts on solid evidence and science-based approaches. Now, the NGFS, of course, accepts climate change as a source of structural change and has seen that climate change has a number of specificities. It has a foreseeable nature, so we can estimate what's coming and we can prepare for that. The impact, of course, is far-reaching, and there is a breadth and magnitude to that impact, so we really need to act on it. There is, of course, an irreversibility. Scientists also talk about tipping points, and we can expect that certain ecosystems beyond those tipping points, we will not be able to reverse the effect or to estimate how this is going to evolve. And there is a non-linearity in the tipping points I just mentioned as well. So yes, climate-related risks are a source of financial risks, and the NGFS accepts that it is within the mandates of central banks and supervisors to ensure that the financial system is resilient to these risks, especially since it's highly likely that these risks are not by now properly reflected in asset valuations. And since 2019, the NGFS, as I mentioned, has been publishing reports and guidance and practical documents to better equip central banks and supervisors, talk about both financial objectives, but also extra financial objectives and addressing the impact of even central banks' portfolios on the environment and the society. Of course, I would like to briefly mention the UNEP-FI, the finance initiative of the United Nations Environment Programme. We've also heard the governor and Mr. Kremlis briefly discuss about it. This program is a partnership between the UNEP and the global financial sector. The scope there is to mobilize finance for sustainable development. The UNEP has produced industry-based principles, and there are 3 main frameworks: the principles for responsible banking, the principles for sustainable insurance, and the principles for responsible investment, which were the first principles established in 2006 by UNEP-FI and UN Global Impact. And of course, these frameworks address the role of the financial system for the 2030 agenda and the achievement of the goals of the Paris Agreement. Now, briefly, I will take you through the work at the Bank of Greece. As the governor mentioned, we set up the Climate Change Impact Study Committee in 2009. We have published 2 main reports and drafted the Climate Change National Adaptation Strategy, along with the Greek Ministry of Environment and Energy. We published a book on the economics of climate change and working paper subsequently, and are now working on the LIFE IT program. We are the first central bank to endorse the UNEP-FI responsible banking principles, of course, a member of the NGFS, advisor to the Greek Ministry of Environment and Energy on the new national energy and climate strategy. And because we have realized the importance of education there, we are working a lot on awareness raising and climate literacy. For at this moment, we're working with the Villandris Natural History Museum on educational programs. Climate change and adaptation. So apart from mitigating and transitioning to a carbon neutral economy, it is imperative, especially for a country like Greece, to also plan and finance climate change adaptation. as the current failure of sufficient climate actions means that nations will face to a more or less extent the impact of climate change. And we have seen from our work that efficient adaptation programs can reduce the impact of climate change and the cost of climate change up to 30%. So indeed, and I'm happy that today I'm here with Professor Maniatis at this panel, because he was one of the leaders of us signing this Memorandum of Cooperation. We signed with the Ministry of Environment and Energy and the Academy of Athens in 2014, a Memorandum of Cooperation on Adaptation Issues. And in 2015, we drafted the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. It's a strategy, it's a high-level document, if I may say so, that sets out guiding principles and tools for a growth-oriented national strategy, of course, in line with all the EU policies at the moment. And by now we have a new adaptation strategy, a new EU adaptation strategy, which was adopted in February, that talks about how to adapt to the unavoidable by now impacts of climate change. And this strategy has 4 principal objectives: smarter, swifter, more systemic, and stepping up international action to adaptation. I mentioned earlier that we're also working on the LIFE AP project. It's an 8-year-old program with the goal to implement the National Adaptation Strategy. It's under the coordination of the Ministry of Environment and Energy, and it's with the participation of 19 partners from all over Greece. It's a national it's a national IP integrated project, and there the goal is to establish monitoring mechanisms for the adaptation process of Greece and advance the resilience of the country. Also has many awareness and dissemination actions to really advance our knowledge on adaptation and the need for adaptation for our society. And in closing, I would like to share this with you. It's from the Dasgupta review, a recent review on biodiversity. The solution starts with understanding and accepting a simple truth, that our economies are embedded within nature and not external to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. The overheads make things more illustrative to a large extent. And I must say that we are all very happy that we have the Green Central Bank, a pioneering bank that is developing a lot of circular initiatives. I think we should be talking about circular banks in the future, and circular environmental and social governance. Mr. Koufos will refer to it. I would like also to underscore the importance of this LIFE IP program that had started with Professor Maniatis at the time in the capacity that he had as the minister. It was a very important contribution. And I would like also to thank Ms. Andonaki, as the Bank of Greece is also involved in another initiative that I have the privilege to coordinate. It is the Greek initiative at the United Nations level for the protection of cultural and environmental heritage from the impacts of climate change, an initiative that we are co-driving with UNESCO and the World Meteorological Organization, and which will be discussed more specifically in the upcoming COP26 in November through a joint meeting of Ministers of Culture and Ministers of Environment dedicated to this initiative that Greece is organizing. Thank you very much again. I would like now, without ado, to give the floor to Mr. Dimitris Koufos, Director with the EBRD. Whenever I talk about the EBRD, I'm very happy because I'm a member of the ESAC, the Environmental and Social Advisory Council of the EBRD, And I can also say that the EBRD is a climate bank and a green bank together with the EIB. They are sharing this role. It is a very important role. They are both international IFIs. The EIB more dedicated to the EU as an EU institution, the EBRD with a broader scope. But I would like to give the floor to Mr. Koufos, who will give us more on what the EBRD is doing to promote circular economy, and they are doing a lot, and climate resilience in the area of the new taxonomy. We have referred to it, and the environmental and social governance investments. Mr. Koufos, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Kallis, for the warm introduction. Thank you for the enthusiasm. It's always very nice to see the enthusiasm that we needed in our efforts to tackle the big problems ahead of us. And I'd like also to thank the organizers for inviting me to this distinguished panel and to the co-panelists for the future discussion we'll be having shortly, stimulating our thoughts and providing the necessary drive to move our agenda forward. Let me just share my screen for 1 second. If you allow me. Okay, I think you can see my screen now. So in the initial introduction of my topic, I will focus on the circular economy and what EBRD is doing. Now, the circular economy is some kind of an underdog in this effort, in the sense that we don't really understand the circular economy to the extent that we would like for it to have a more critical role in our endeavors towards the greening of the economy and the climate change agenda. The reason being is that circular economy promotes a complete rethinking of the production, the usage, and the consumption practices that each and everyone has as individuals and collectively on our physical resources, the value chains, but at the same time in the need of increasing competitiveness, managing risks, and promoting green outcomes. Currently, the global economy is about only 8.6% circular. Now, that's far from what we would like to aspire for, and almost 800 billion tons of material consumed. In the most ambitious climate scenarios, we need to go to over 50% of circularity aspects on most topics, reaching up to, in certain cases, 70%, such as steel and plastic. For the EBRD, the circular economy in our country of operation has an important role to play in terms of adoption of circular practices, technologies, but at the same time, we do lag behind in circular aspects. Circular economy, although is a transition, it's part of the green pillar, one of the key pillars in the EU Green Deal, with an ambitious recycling and material reduction targets up until 2030. Just make sure, okay. Now, the definition of circular economy, as we all have, and just putting it forward so we all understand what we're talking about, is a market economy in which we preserve the added and inherent value of physical resources while keeping resources within the economy for as long as possible and capturing value at the end of life with the intention to minimize virgin material consumption, waste, and value chains risks. Circular economy, therefore, for us as an international development institution and working with our clients, we strive to maximize the opportunity for the value of their products and services while reducing their material costs and exposure risks in their supply chain. This is basically achieved through eliminating waste in all aspects of their operation, through the innovation, the product production, design, and manufacturing, through the shifting of the business models with a focus on repair and reuse, and the increasing influence of the downstream usage of and recovery of the materials. The EBRD to date has invested in more than about 130 circular investments. We have an active portfolio of a little bit over 1 billion from 2014 when we started measuring this. And our key sectors that we focus on is the agribusiness sector, manufacturing, sustainable infrastructure, our natural resources, our power and energy, and our property and tourism. In terms of impact, the impact is measured in about a little bit over 4 million tons of CO2 equivalent saved, and in material savings, a little less than 2 million tons per year. In line with our categorization system that was recently developed by the EU, in which we were a part of it, we focus on 4 high key areas, which is the circular design and production models, in which we aim to increase the resource efficiency through new design, new processes, re-engineering, material innovation substitution. we aim to go deep into circular optimal use business models, the product and asset life extension on their reuse, their repair, the refurbishing, and the product and asset optimization, leasing, and scenario models. We aim to focus quite a lot on circular recovery models, aimed at increasing the use of resource efficiency, the recovery of waste, and finally, support circular support models that want indirectly contribute to resource efficiency. But why should one pursue circular economy? Now, circular economy investments offer green investments, but at the same time, as Professor Magnatis and Ms. Adonakaki said, we need to promote sound banking through financial incentives, but also risk mitigants. Circular economy investments should be competitive and should have their own revenue generating stream. And we have three key areas that we focus on. The first one is increased revenue. The sale of recovered material of value-added circular economy products, reduced exposure to volatile material principles, and market premium for circular economy products. Regular lease of subscription payments, decreased need for goods, and the decreased cost of sales with lower material supply. All these things are risks, and the risk mitigation is based on linear risks. This is how we mitigate the linear risks. Now I'm just going to give you two examples of the types of investments that Professor Magnatis mentioned of what multilateral development and finance institutions should focus on in order to promote, in the countries that we operate at least, these types of investments. We have what we call the Circular Economy Regional Initiative. This is a program that we aim to support circular economy initiatives and circular business models in the public and private sectors in the Western Balkans and in Turkey. We've worked with the Global Environmental Facility quite a lot over the years, and we're actually going to have this operationally, we hope, in the second half of this year, where we're envisaging a donor allocation of a significant amount, and we'll be co-financing amount of about 140 million. The program is supported with technical cooperation investments, for which we will be working with private enterprises to support them adapting and adopting circular economy models, techniques, processes, and strategies. The Global Environmental Facility will be working with us in providing support co-financing, with pricing initially set to the EBRD's pricing, but at the same time, offering interest rate reduction-based mechanism based on two key milestones. The first is the adoption of the capital expenditure needed to promote circular economy, and the second is the adoption of a circular economy action plan and a target that the company will adhere to. There are certain key eligibility criteria that need to be met, and these are the innovative aspects of what I've discussed before, such as design, production, all in line with the circular economy principles, measured along the impact indicators that we foresee, such as sound management of life cycle analysis, GHG emission reductions, at least a certain amount of material savings per year, with the alongside co-benefits of persistent organic pollutants and introduction of processes, technologies, and business models. That gives you an overview of what a typical support program will look in one of the countries. Now, going further on, one of the key areas of circular economy that we've been working on quite a lot over the years is the Turkish Circular Economy Platform. Turkish Circular Economy Platform has evolved quite a lot over the years, and right now we have about more than 150 members, Turkish companies committed to transform their business models and practices from linear to circular. It focuses on 5 key areas. The first one is a marketplace. We envision that this being a business-to-business market for exchange of suboptimal materials, whether the end of life or midstream materials. The second is a knowledge hub. We've been working with various types of organizations and various types of institutions and other companies all along the world, such as the Dutch circular economy companies, in providing circular design training and support to these companies. This innovation hub, also a finance innovation hub, for which we have circular economy programs in place, such as the Turkish Circular Economy Financing Facility. We have a risk-funded facility with Turkish banks, in which we aim to, whatever investments come out of these discussions, for the companies to come here and get the support. Also, from our side, we're supporting with circular economy vouchers, which means we have technical assistance programs and small grants for which we aim to support the SMEs as they transform their business from a linear to a circular. This fits very well with the just transition principles and risks at the same time that we mentioned before of how we envisage to support these initiatives The final point is this is a network, business network for companies targeting circular business models and exchanging ideas, thoughts, and potential cooperations, potential synergies as they move forward in their circular economy approach. Now, with this, I'd like to end my initial intervention here, as I'd focus quite a lot on the circular economy, because we thought that this was one key area that is often not focused on. Just like to conclude saying that what I mentioned before, the circular economy approach for the EBRDs is a key strategic initiative. It has a multiple of impact all along our target. Last year, we released a new strategy for which we aim at least 50% of our portfolio on an annual business volume to be classified as green. Shortly, we'll be releasing our Paris alignment strategy for that. And we envisage the circular economy to play a key role with that, along with the low carbon pathways that each organization has to follow, and the design of new and low carbon materials. With this, I'd like to thank you for the initial intervention and look forward to the stimulating discussion further down the line.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koufos, for sharing with us all the important circular activities and initiatives of the EBRD worldwide. I would like to say that you have referred to end-of-life criteria. I would like to say that industrial symbiosis is extremely important for our industries, in the sense that what is waste for one industry can be a raw material or a secondary product for another, and probably we should develop the idea of a data bank in that respect. There are a lot of things, and of course, what is important is that we are now, as EU, promoting a circular economy as the worldwide model. It is not only for our 27 member states with circular economy national plans. It is something that we are promoting in the neighborhood policy and in the Western Balkans, but also worldwide. And I was really very happy to hear John Kerry during his speech at the Delphi Forum to use for the first time the word circular economy. I mean, under the Trump administration, climate crisis and circular economy did not exist in their vocabulary. So this is something very promising. And of course, the EBRD as a global bank can do a lot in that respect. I would like now to give the floor to our next speaker, Ms. Teresa Farmaki, partner at the Astarte Capital Partners, to present a very important topic, the role of forests towards a net zero economy. Yes, their contribution can be extremely important, and we are looking forward to your speech. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kremlis. Can you hear me? Yes, right? Okay. So first of all, let me also, on my end, thank Mr. Kremlis for the lovely introduction, and also the event organizers for the invitation to participate. As was said, I would like to present an investor's perspective into the discussion subject, and also an example of a solution that aims to attract and help private capital invest in sustainable, viable opportunities that can also help move or help us all go towards a net zero economy. So first of all, let me start by a few words on Astarte for those who don't know us. We are a London-based asset manager with presence from Australia to Canada. We invest exclusively in what people refer to as real assets, so infrastructure, natural resources, transportation, real estate. And three things to know about us, or how to have us in mind, is we like to invest in areas that are on the backdrop or benefited by the large macro trends playing out. So direct private capital in long-term opportunities that are very much in need because of the large macro trends working. And the second thing is we are very ESG sensitive. We do believe that ESG is not a compliance or reporting aspect. It's a true source for value creation through increased values for the companies who adopt, but also as better risk management. And the third thing is that we always invest in partnership with specialists or asset class experts. We form partnerships together, we commit our capital, We structure investor-suitable investment vehicles and help attract additional capital in order to scale. So with that in mind, let me then turn to the real important subject of today, which is the role of forests and why we have chosen to focus and dedicate so much of our efforts and capital in this space. We believe that forests are actually traditionally overseen for their role, and they have a vital role to play both in climate change towards net zero, but also in a circular economy. Starting from climate change, I will not go into the importance of it or the threat. I think earlier today, Andre Geek was also particularly visual about the threat and the risks associated with it, and all the panelists here and in previous panels mentioned the different aspects. So I will go straight to the point that I believe we believe that today it's widely acknowledged that in order to reach net zero, we need to have both emission reduction, but also pure new offset. On the emission reduction, just to give you an idea for those who think that it's actually, it can be on its own, the entire reduction of CO2 by COVID, the last year and a half, is estimated to be only 5% of CO2 emissions. That is with the entire world effectively slowing down for a year and a half. So CO2 reduction by emissions by themselves are just not enough. We really need also new offset. And with offsetting, we're talking about technology, carbon, either negative emission strategies or pure carbon storage solutions. And forests have been probably the oldest proven technology for carbon storage. Trees store carbon through their natural process of growing and producing their biomass. The size of it, if we want to talk about, just give an idea of how big the carbon storage associated with forests today is. The whole of Latin America has 22% of the world's forests and has stored today 104 gigatons of CO2. If people don't know exactly how to associate that, we can see it a little bit also from the opposite side. Deforestation today, so just the forests that are being destroyed today and leading to CO2 emissions, if tropical deforestation was a country, it would be the third largest country in the world, following China and United States. So the impact and the role of carbon storage and offsetting through forests is just phenomenal and not replaceable just by other things. It needs to be invested in. Now, with forests and carbon storage, then I would guess, to cut a long story short, we need deforestation. We cannot just eliminate. We need to do as much as we can to mitigate, of course. At the same time, we need new forest development as well. And with new forest development, we need to be talking about where it's mostly productive, higher growth rates, more suitable climate conditions. So we're talking about mostly Latin America and Southeast Asia. And to give you an idea, again, comparisons in Latin America, eucalyptus trees, for example, which I will talk more about, and is one of the main sources of natural fiber today for commercial purposes, grows 4 times faster than in Scandinavia. So for net zero, I guess I gave an idea of why forests have a very important role to play. But for investors today, forests also offer a way to invest towards or drive circular economy. And the reason for that is because forests can provide sustainably sourced pulp and wood-based products to actually help replace plastics and other oil-based, or let's call it carbon-intensive technologies. In previous panels today, it was mentioned and panelists referred to the amount of investment, venture capital investment that is going into new technologies in order to develop more sustainable materials and materials that can substitute other forms that are being used today. A couple of years ago, I believe Carlsberg presented the first beer can out of paper. So if you can only imagine if all soft drinks and beers were replaced by paper-based cans. And actually, I should mention that I don't know how many of you know that today there is already fabrics produced with wool-like products based on natural fiber. So for all of these reasons, I would say demand is very easy to see that there's a significant demand for natural fiber and wood-based products and pulp, but quite frankly, existing trees just don't grow fast enough. So again, it's an additional argument, even from a circular economy, that we need new forestry plantation assets, and we need fast-growing trees. So that turning it maybe then to Astarte and the solution that we have found, and we offer investors in that respect. We have partnered with a Swedish-based company that has expertise in sustainable materials and forestry assets in order to develop a commercial eucalyptus forest in Latin America. They have been developing the forest in the last 8 years, and we are now partnering in order to provide additional capital, help other investors join us and reach its full size or scale. It's a total investment of 200 to 250 million US dollars, including our own commitments. Our partners and ourselves, have already committed and investing out of 60 million US dollars. And we are looking to put the rest of the capital in place by the end of the year. The investors that we are discussing and are actively looking to invest are primarily institutionals, quite frankly, include your typical pension plans, asset managers, insurance companies, but also corporates, and increasingly actually now corporates that are looking for a way to direct their capital as part of their decarbonization strategies into sustainable solutions, and quite frankly also viable sustainable solutions. Because Mr. Stournaras earlier mentioned that it is important to make sure that we direct investments and we create assets that don't have the risk of becoming stranded assets or create other externalities, create other problems while trying to solve one. So we believe very much in financially viable long-term solutions. We are developing now the forestry asset that is aimed to reach at 50,000 hectares. To give you an idea, we expect to have CO2 sequestration of 150 to 200 tons per hectare. That is a total of 10 million tons of new CO2 certification in the next 5 years. The financial return, because I mentioned it, again, is significantly attractive for private capital, which is demonstrated through the discussions we're having right now. And the investment vehicle we have structured actually is able to deliver both cash, financial return to investor, but also the actual carbon credits in kind for those who are doing this as part of their own strategy and access to carbon credits. We believe that this direction is significant and allows a huge amount of capital to be directed into projects like that. The important thing to say is that through our investment vehicle, we are also allowing and enabling more mid-sized or small institutions to participate in that journey, whose tickets on its own is not sufficient to have the impact or actually meet minimum scale because they are highly large or they have a minimum size asset. That's what we do. We are extremely excited about the opportunity. We are true believers that private capital has a very important role to play in this direction. An institutional audience, especially because of their long-term nature, have an even bigger one. Now, to kind of close the presentation on my end, as a starter, our primary focus and investment activity is in real assets, as I mentioned, but we do want to play and we try to play every way we can and a role and have an impact towards a circular economy across markets and market participants. And in areas that is outside real assets, we're doing it through strategic partnerships. So, for example, recently, and it's very timely given the event, I would say, in the panel, we recently also announced our partnership with Sporos. And that's an indication of a small end of the SME market that we think is equally important and impactful to make. And so with that, I can finish my presentation and turn it back to Mr. Kremlis. Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank very much Mr. Reza Varmaki for this very interesting presentation. Indeed, forests can play a very important role towards a net zero economy. And I believe we should be speaking about circular forestry, because in reality, you have referred to the circularity added value of forestry in terms of carbon sink, in terms of providing raw material and other important secondary products that can also save critical raw materials which are endangered. And I do believe that there is also a link with handicraft, because we are trying to promote also handicraft in the context of circular economy. I must say that Greece is now soon adopting through an act of the Council of Ministers the roadmap on circular economy, which is a new circular economy strategy of the country, taking on board also the second action plan on circular economy of the EU, and updating it to the new challenges and developments. And forestry is part of it. It is extremely important, and this is something that we need to promote and preserve. And last but not least, you have referred to the role of the SMEs and the micro companies in that respect. This is also very important in terms also of new initiatives and eco-innovation. And I was very pleased to hear your partnership with Sporos, because I'm one of the first supporters of Sporos, and I'm here today in this capacity. I think they are doing extremely important things, and we need to support them. And I was very pleased to hear this cooperation that you are having with them. Is Andrei Geka with us? Because yes, fantastic. Because I couldn't see you on screen. You are everywhere.
I was waiting patiently.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So the floor is yours. I have already introduced Sporos. Andrei is one of the founding partners of the Sporos platform, and he will speak about how we can empower the circular transition through the Sporos approach. Just to say that we are in a circular transition process. We're talking about energy transition, climate transition. We need, or we are in a circular transition process, as circularity cannot happen from one day to the other. This is a step-by-step process that we need to support and accompany through financing, and what Sporos is doing in that respect is extremely important and innovative. Andrei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kremlis. It's a pleasure to be here again. I actually have the honor of being both the first and the last speaker of the first day of the Athens Circular Forum. And I'm actually very happy that I managed to come after Teresa, whom I want to thank for, let's say, putting out there the partnership, the strategic partnership that we formed with them, because we think that Astarte Capital is really one of the key players that can enable the transition towards a circular economy. And also having spoken both at the beginning and at the end of today allows me to have a connection to what I was saying in my first speech, because most of the scenarios that I was discussing were risk scenarios that we are facing now. Just as Mr. Kenli said, the circular economy is a gradual process, and it's a process that needs to be accompanied at every step of the way. It is fragile. Sometimes it can turn into uncharted territories. So we need to make sure that all the steps that are taken correctly in order to not move one step forward and two steps back. So in this respect, also connected to Sporos platform, for those who don't know, Sporos platform plans to be the first circular economy focused impact investment platform in Southeast Europe. Our intention is to begin first investments in the second half of this year. And one of the risks that I was mentioning in my welcoming address was the risk of greenwashing in the private financing sector. We have witnessed, especially during the pandemic times, an incredible surge of investment funds that rebranded themselves as ESG investment funds with a clear focus on the circular economy, or a lot of institutions of different sizes and natures that in some way or another incorporated circular economy in their investment strategies. However, this will have to survive also the test of time in terms of cash flows that these impact investment funds will need to generate. And since most of them might be highly capable, might have highly capable management teams when it comes to, let's say, traditional VC investing, incorporating these solutions is a very complex matter, which requires highly specialized expertise, which they need to be able to follow up to. So for example, just like Astarte Capital, also Sporos platform, we started with the mission of the transition towards a circular economy, not as a fund that adapted to the transition of a circular economy. So for us, from the very beginning, it was a question of what is the best way of achieving a circular economy. And in the vast research that we did before we started our venture, both the market study and desktop research, we realized that there are basically three main reasons why circular economy has yet to take off or is just at the infancy of it, or why some companies might be reluctant to do so. And that's because 99.8% of all companies in Europe are SMEs. And the vast majorities of these SMEs have 9 or less employees. These companies will never have the capacity to understand which financing options are open to them, what expertise they require for them to join the circular transition, and how to apply those solutions to their own business models in order to make sure that they can have a success in this transition. So that's how we realized that we need to create the so-called Sporos approach, which we did. And this is formed by 3 legs. One is the Sporos platform, which is an investment fund that was briefly introduced also by Gerasimos Louzounis this morning, of 45 to 60 billion euros. Our original target was 30, but we far exceeded that in our first fundraising phase. And we are now, after passing the due diligence of the Hellenic Development Bank of Investments, we are now seeking to expand that to 60 million euros. Also, a circular economy dedicated consultancy that can accompany firms in their transition to a circular economy, and Symbiosis, whose main purpose is to raise awareness about the concept and conduct public affairs in order to make sure that the regulatory environment is more suitable towards a circular economy. One of whose results is exactly this Athens Circular Forum that we had the pleasure of co-organizing both in 2019 and this year. So just to give an example about what I mean when investment funds need to be very focused on the mission at hand, we put a great deal of effort in designing the model of our fund, both to ensure the financial and non-financial objectives. But we also recognize the fact that being the first fund of this nature in Greece places on us a certain responsibility to set the correct example if we want to accelerate the transition towards a circular economy. So we have some peculiarities, for example, in our fund structure that other funds do not have. For example, we have a circular board, which is a special committee representing all strategic collaborations that we have formed, which is a very wide network with different types of institutions, associations, incubators, accelerators, just to make sure that we have a transversal sectorial expertise available to us so that we can actually design tailor-made projects for each company that we want to invest in. So these members of the circular board represent the significant sectorial expertise, and this sectorial expertise usually does not have information permeating between them very easily. So in that case, we decided to bring them all together under one roof, and this way allow communication between them and come forth with common solutions to common problems. Now, our second objective was also to target SMEs, because traditionally speaking, the VC community has been highly focused on innovative startups, which are great. These investments in these kinds of companies are necessary because they will provide the technological solutions to actually implement within existing companies to be able to make the transition towards a circular economy. But at the same time, you cannot talk about a transition towards a circular economy without addressing the 99.8% of all enterprises in Europe, which are SMEs. So that's why our entire investment fund structure and the model and the investment strategy is based on tailoring our services specifically for SMEs. For example, we chose mezzanine financing not only because it is the financial instrument that was identified by global policymaking institutions like the OECD to be the best instrument for SMEs in transition, but also from our market study, it emerged that there is an enormous appetite from the part of Greek SMEs for such an instrument due to their reluctance to engage with the traditional business loans and the lack of sufficient supply of business loans from Greek systemic banks, to which I welcome also the comments from Mr. Koufos about institutional investment providing incentives for the traditional banking system to better cater for circular economy needs. And this fact also emerged prominently from in the news lately and from our market study. So mezzanine financing also allows us at the same time to engage in a type of ownership or collaboration approach with our investees. For example, we require them to assign a transition officer at managerial level who will be the main contact point between the company and the fund to make sure that the indications that we give for the circularization of their business models are properly implemented with the proper motivation and the proper management culture. And for such a transformative actions also allows our investors to act as sustainable mentors. So in this case, if they have a particular interest to one of the investees, they can provide mentoring that can eventually also realize itself in knowledge and technology transfer. And thus, with a single investment, we can also contribute to the further circularization of an entire value chain, right? So what I want to conclude with is the fact that this transition towards a circular economy represents an opportunities from many points of view, but it is an extremely complex process which requires specific and highly specialized expertise. And we should make sure that the objectives of those deploying it on the ground are aligned correctly with the mission at hand. And with that, I would like to conclude because I would like to leave more time for the interactive discussion. So thank you very much, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you very much, Andrei. I would like to praise Sporos and you for your awareness raising initiatives, for your circular mentoring to SMEs, for your capacity building actions, and for your recent cooperation with Astarte. The future is yours. You are young, ambitious people, and we are there all together to promote circular economy, as this is a bottom-up process. The top-down is already there. We need to make it happen by joining forces. I would like us now to move to the interactive part. We have some 30 minutes left through possible questions to one to other, or alternatively, a very short intervention. So we will make again a tour de table, 2 or 3 minutes each of you, taking also into consideration what was said by the other speakers. So let's move then to this 3 minutes each approach, which will also enable you to react on what the other speakers have said. And I would like to start with the same way as the presentations were made, giving the floor to Professor Magnatis.
Maybe, excuse me, maybe ladies first.
Okay, I wanted to be more innovative, but in terms of protocol, I have felt the need to give you first the floor. So let's move to Ms. Andonakaki, and then to Ms. Farmaki, and then you will take immediately afterwards the floor. Kyria Andonakaki.
Thank you, Mr. Magnatis. Thank you, Professor Magnatis. Thank you, Mr. Koblis. It's been a joy listening to all of you, and I'm sure we'll have a fruitful discussion. I think one point I would like to make following the discussion here today is the need for policy making. It's something that the governor mentioned as well. It's a matter for governments and fiscal policy. It's not The first role is not for central banks. And in a way, I think strong institutions and good policy making is what can advance all the efforts that we talked about here today. We need the EU taxonomy, of course, we need a strong EU taxonomy. There are still certain pending issues on some sectors. Professor Koundouri mentioned earlier. We all hope that we will have a strong position there and have these sectors evaluated holistically evaluated for their impact on the societal goals. So yes, green finance and finance for circular economy, finance for climate change mitigation and adaptation can of course advance government's policy, but it cannot replace it. It is and will always be a matter for politicians and policymakers to adopt effective action to make the necessary transition to a circular and a carbon neutral economy. Of course, all of that are problems that need to be long-term problems. We need systematic change, and we need horizontal integration into policy making because we have interlinkages all over the economy on all sectors. A short example, we've seen that, for example, policies for net zero emissions can be pursued at the same time as we recover from the COVID crisis, right? So we do talk now about the green recovery. As the governor said, we are not there yet, but we do hope that our recovery paths will become greener and more circular as time goes by, because indeed it's an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Given the amounts of money that will be spent over the next years, we do not know whether our society will have the same opportunity and the same amount of money to be spending in the next years if we don't take this opportunity now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Indeed, this is a unique opportunity that we need to seize. The challenge of the current programming period, where more than 30% of the budget will go for climate expenditure and for the Recovery and Resilience Fund, is to prepare project pipelines, green circular project pipelines. The money is there. And I think the challenge is there, and we need to, let's say, start preparing it as soon as possible, involving also the private sector. We need a new development law, a circular development law, νέο-αναπτυξιακό νόμο κυκλικής οικονομίας. Just to put it in clear terms in Greek, we need private public partnerships. We need a lot, and of course we need to ban harmful subsidies. This is extremely important while promoting green financing. Ms. Farmaki, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And to make sure I understand right, it's you ask for general remarks, correct? Or
yes. 3 minutes general remarks, and if you want to react to one or the other speaker, up to you.
I would like to say that I am genuinely impressed the last less than 12 months, especially as we're coming out of COVID, with how fast and how much and how genuinely different stakeholders and market participants have engaged and reacted to the broader concept and the awareness around sustainability and net zero, and the fact that we all need to actually take action, not just talk. I would say that even 2 years ago, I did feel still that most people talk about these things, mostly marketing material on general concept. And today, just from this panel and this event, and also all the discussions that I'm having with different private investors, I have to say that it's extremely heartwarming, or definitely impressive to see that people are really going all the way to real actions, solutions, and generally try to find ways to help their firms, their teams, depending on what that is, right? Their institutions have a more positive footprint or do whatever they can towards sustainability. So I wanted to bring that color a little bit again from a private markets perspective, right? I mean, this is my world. These are the type of discussions I'm having. And I have to say that it is a different reality today than even 12 months ago. And people are taking it much more seriously and much more real life. They're trying to find solutions. Policy is very important. And I would say it's also extremely important for countries and governments and institutions to continue playing the positive role, working with the private markets in that direction. I think there is a lot of positive momentum right now. And I would like to believe that I'm one of the optimists, that we have the time and we have the means, and people do understand. So awareness is extremely important, the role that all of us can play, not just in our subject matter, but creating awareness around it is equally important. So.
Clearly, there is a tremendous momentum, and we need, I would call it a vertical and a horizontal awareness, as we need synergies between all the levels, from the civil society, the stakeholders, the municipalities. There are a lot of things to do. I am referring now to circularity, to circular entrepreneurship, to circular cities in terms of smart cities. Everything is there. The money is there. The awareness is there. We need to build on this and seize the opportunity. And of course, Sporos is there as a seed to do as much as they can. Professor Magnatis, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Mr. Karmelis. I have some comments on our discussion, and let me just say the following. First of all, I feel very happy to have in my country the governor of the central bank, Professor Stournaras, and Ms. Andonakaki, one of the first of the pioneers in greening the central banking system. And I know it, and I feel proud for Professor Stournaras and Ms. Andonakaki, because I think that the Greek governor has pushed also the European Central Bank as well as the other central banks towards what we have already heard. My second comment is about what I have heard from Mrs. Farmaki. I think that the societies and the economists have not yet understood the importance of forests. And honestly talking, I think that you should do your best in order for the pure economists to understand the importance of forest in decreasing CO2 emissions. Because I'm wondering sometimes, what is more profitable for the society, for the planet, for the environment? To buy an electric car, for example, or to improve a forest with, for example, 100 new trees? I don't know the exact answers, but I think that sometimes we need to put all these on a base. My third point is about what Mr. Koufos has told us, and I think that we are lucky because we have a Greek scientist who can really support and promote such a total idea on promoting the infrastructure in the greater area. Now, one of my comments is this: when we are talking about circular economy or green development or all these things, we should put at the same level the second reform, which is digital reformation. Green and digital, greening the economy, not only the economy, the decision making in private and public sector, totally talking, and digitalizing the economy, the public sector, our private lives, etc., are twin reforms that should go hand by hand. And this is why we at the University of Piraeus, we have a very innovative postgraduate program called Climate Crisis and Information and Communication Technologies, trying to combine these two evolutions. My last point, and I want to be very careful, is about taxonomy and the use of natural gas infrastructure. I'm talking about the grids, the pipelines. Since we all know that the transformation, the transport of hydrogen will be mainly by pipelines, either new pipelines or improved old ones. Or the old ones are the natural gas pipelines. So we, especially at the south of Europe, who have not so improved natural gas grids, should pay special attention on what's going to happen in the coming decades. Because if we were in Netherlands, it's okay. Netherlands, Germany, Denmark have full network, enough network for all their inhabitants. This is why the Greek government, with some other 7, I think, governments, has said concrete things about the issue of funding new natural gas grids, especially when we are talking about regional development in less developed areas. And of course, let's always have in mind the geopolitical role that big pipelines like EastMed can play. What I want to say is that talking about green economy, we must have in mind that the economies in the coming 30 years will use as a transition fuel natural gas in one or in another way. And many times, the new technology of CCUS, carbon capture and usage storage, will need to have an expanded grid of pipelines in order to send CO2 emissions from some industries, like steel industries, where it's very difficult to use renewables, somewhere to deposits in order to put it. It's a big question. There are so many pros and cons, etc. But I think that the Greek government has, in a wise way, put this issue in the European authorities, and we should always know that Greece has just 8% usage of natural gas, when, for example, Netherlands has 80%, which means that there is a difference in infrastructure. Just have it in mind, because everything has to do with the starting point of each economy and each society. It's a big question. Taxonomy has tried to solve this problem. And I think that there will be also some other discussions in order to see how we can manage the developed countries in natural gas grids infrastructure and the less developed countries. These are my comments.
Thank you very much, Professor. I fully share your views on natural gas as a transition fuel and on the need to financially support it. As you know, things are not easy as under the taxonomy, there are strong reservations on whether natural gas is a green fuel and investments are eligible. But we have made the point. Our network is very limited, as you have correctly pointed out. And moreover, Greece has phased out from lignite much earlier, 10 years earlier than Germany, much earlier than Poland. There is a need for compensation as we are contributing to the decarbonization of our economy and of the European economy. Therefore, it is very important to have this taken into consideration, taking also into consideration the specificities of our country. As time is flying and we have only 4 minutes left, I would like to give 2 minutes to Mr. Koufos and then 2 minutes to Andrei and 1 minute for me to conclude and thank you all. Mr. Koufos.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I'll try not to be too long because we don't have much time. First of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to the organizers. And as a general comment, I'd like to say that I'm very impressed by the speakers, the quality and the depth of the knowledge, the expanded area of scope that they've covered. But also that gives me quite a lot of hope for the country to implement and be a forerunner. And also and have this as a way forward, both at the leadership level, such as yourself, Professor Komlis, at the institutional level, such as the Bank of Greece under the leadership of Professor Stounadis. For you, Professor Maniatis, the educational program is quite impressive, but also the private sector, which we strive to work for going forward in our country's operation. I'd just like to make a few observations on the general context. And within the area of forests, the evolving theme of natural capital will have a critical role to play. But of course, at the global scale, these things will be dictated by Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We need to be mindful of that, of the upcoming COP26 discussions, and the role that we have played, that will play. We as EBRD are formulating a natural capital strategy, and in a future discussion, I'd like to put that forward. And just one final remark on the EU taxonomy. The EU taxonomy puts us a burden, but it's not the panacea in terms that it doesn't cover the entire areas of economies outside the EU for which the EBRD works. And we need to take it very carefully when we apply it, because as Professor Maniatis said, there are areas in countries which might not be able to meet that level, and going forward, they need a transition. And I think that the key concept here is transition over the next 5 to 10 years maximum, right? We don't have more than 10 years. And as such, natural gas might have a role to play in certain of these countries in order for it to set the ground so that other technologies and other methodologies come forward. The final point that I'd like to make is that there is a need also for technologically leap forward, a giant leap forward in all the materials and all the production processes and all the methodologies. For example, we need to define the new technologies now and implement it within the next 5 to 6 years so we can have the prototypes, the demos in place, whether it's cement, whether it's steel, or whether it's green aluminum. We need to do that now, because that needs time to go into the market, and it needs time to be developed and implemented and get into the respective codes of practice, of standards, or in regulations. With that, I'll conclude because there might be some areas for questions open to the public.
Well, thank you very much for this very relevant point. 2 minutes to Andrei. I see that there are 2 questions, but we are expected to finish in 2 minutes. Probably we could reply in writing to those who have sent us their questions, but let's give the floor first to Andrei and then we will conclude. Andrei, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kremlis. I will also be short and to the point. I believe that one of the messages that I would like to leave this discussion with is that today's world is changing at an incredible pace. And this is also related to what Mr. Kufo said about the giant leap forward in multiple fields that we need to do technologically and societally. But the pace of change that is happening is beyond incredible. I think most people do not really fully realize how fast things are changing, and especially due to the accelerated digitalization that we have witnessed during the COVID-19 pandemic. And that makes it even more so important to try to stay ahead of the curve in order to reap the full benefits of this. And one of the examples that I can give for this, and I'm happy that it was mentioned so often in today's discussion throughout the day, beyond my expectations, the EU taxonomy and its relevance to the green transition. We, for example, were following the discussion on the EU taxonomy all the way from the high-level expert group of the European Commission. So in designing the structure of our fund, we try to make it as EU taxonomy proof as possible, full knowing the repercussions that this document could have on the financial system as a whole. Or another example could be that Sporos platform actually took let's say, inspiration from the fact that the European Commission simply decided to scrap the revision of a waste framework directive that was 20 years old, and instead come about with a circular economy package, which was treating waste through a systemic view, covering the whole life cycle of products. So this clearly showed that policymakers, especially of the largest regulatory body of the world, which is the European Union, a regulatory superpower actually, that there was an understanding that the Paris Agreement was not enough and that production modalities needed to be addressed. So I think that after everything that we've heard today from about policymakers, how policy is moving in the right direction, the institutional actions to both incentivize and regulate the transition towards a circular economy, about what Mr. Cornelius was saying, that also all the stakeholders are now on the field involved in this. My only question to anybody who has any more doubts, to any potential private investor who has yet to diversify its portfolio, or to any company who has yet to try to find ways to join this green transition, the only question that I have is, if not now, then when?
Andrei, thank you very much. Somebody is asking, how do you become a Sporos platform member? I guess the question is, how do you become I put this in inverted commas, a client of Sporos, but
suppliers of Sporos. Did I understand correctly? Was the question how to become a supplier of Sporos?
The question is to become a member of Sporos.
A member of Sporos.
Yes.
Well, I think the most important thing, if somebody wants to join the Sporos initiative, is vision and a reality-based acknowledgement of the potential that this green transition can offer society-wise. And I think that's a good basis to start any discussion that goes in that direction.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have now to conclude. This was a very interesting panel. I would like to thank you all. We should have had much more time in order to be able also to have a more interactive discussion. I think we didn't have the chance to touch upon waste to energy. Bio-waste will be a separate collection stream from 2024. Biofuels and biogas can be produced from them to improve the energy mix. Renewables is the other big challenge. As you know, Professor Magnatis, unfortunately, there are more and more social acceptance problems. And I have read two interesting articles recently that a lot of municipalities and islands don't want renewables, although they are producing electricity from mazout which is extremely polluting. The other conclusion is we cannot move to hydrogen from one day to another. It is the fuel of the future. Probably till 2050, other technologies will be developed. And I fully share the idea, I have already mentioned this, about the gas networks that can also support hydrogen production in the future. So there are a lot of possibilities and ideas that we need to keep open. Last but not least, Mr. Koufos has also referred to that. Ecosystem services and green infrastructures are extremely important for our planet. They provide a lot of benefits, not only for us humans, but also to the equilibrium of the planet. And in that respect, green financing and sound circular projects are extremely important. So the future is ahead. I wish to you all a happy environment and productive environment day. And I hope that we will have an opportunity to meet soon again.
In person.
Have a nice evening. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very
much.
Take care. Bye. Γεια σου Γιάννη μου, θα τα πούμε από κοντά σύντομα.
Έγινε Γιώργο μου.
I would like to warmly thank you all for your kind participation in the Green and Responsible Investments panel, which is the last one for today. Before we say goodbye, let me remind you that the innovation concept competition for the Greek motto of the Athens Circular Forum is still running in our site under the initiative of the University of the Aegean. The winning team will get access to unique educational seminars provided by SQLearn and PPLearn under the kind sponsorship of the Green Fund. Also, with regards to the agenda for tomorrow, we have another exciting agenda lined up for you. In short, day 2 will begin with 2 keynote speeches by the Deputy Minister of Development and Investment, Dr. Christos Dimas, and President of Dictio Think Tank, former European Commissioner, Ms. Anna Diamantopoulou, followed by a panel on youth participation and climate resilience, in which the winners of the student competition will be announced in conjunction with the showcasing of emerging ideas and innovative businesses from one of the most dynamic accelerators that Greece has to offer. This panel will be followed by a focus on the blue economy and sustainable tourism, with particular emphasis on technological solutions for the shipping industry to be able to transition to carbon neutrality. Finally, the third panel of the day will explore innovative circular and bio-business practices that are already happening to serve as a source of inspiration and motivation for all those who have yet to start their transition towards the green economy. So we look forward to welcome you all again tomorrow. Thank you very much and have a lovely evening.